in. We're gonna start getting people up here in a quick second, everyone. But what's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up? 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 How's everybody doing? We're gonna start getting people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let me make sure to set up the stream completely here, everyone. What's up, Sophia? What's up, Alien Cat? How you doing? What's up, Marie? What's up, Ruby? What's up, Serena? What's up, Brandy? What's up, James? How you doing? What's up, Taylor? What's up, Kendrick? What's up, Jess? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Krista? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let me make sure everything's completely set up here real quick. Give us a quick minute, everyone, to get everything set up. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, again, above the age of 18. As always, if you're on YouTube here, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. As always, it helps push it out to more people. It really, really does. We're going to start getting people up here to debate here very, very soon. What's up, though, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? What's up? Definitely feeling better today. Definitely feeling better today. But there was crazy news overnight, like usual. Donald Trump posts to his Truth Social calling Obama treasonous. Well, reposting someone calling Obama treasonous, literally just for engaging in the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, because he said giving them money is treason through the JCPOA somehow. That's treason. I don't understand that argument, but besides the fact, he called them treasonous for that. And he says that he's fighting Iran and they're giving money to Iran. It's going to be interesting because I guarantee he's going to end this conflict that he's engaging in right now with something that is the JCPOA, if not lesser. So it's kind of ironic that he says that. So there's definitely going to be money that the U.S. will probably end up having to give up to Iran at the end of this conflict. So I don't understand what he's saying there. And then he also posted a reposting of someone saying no more rhinos, and it was Trump with a gun next to like a dead rhino, but like they spelled it R-I-N-O, and obviously everyone knows rhino is spelled with an H, and the rhino that's not spelled with an H is the one in reference to Republicans. So he's essentially telling them to stay in line. That's essentially what he's saying in that context to other Republicans who are thinking about stepping out of line, because he calls anyone that dissents from him a rhino. That's anyone who dissents from Trump on the Republican side is a rhino. That's really all it means. Rhino, R-I-N-O, not R, and it's actually spelled R-H-I-N-O, like if you're referencing the animal. But he's not, he's referencing the Republicans. So that's a clear, like, stay in line Republicans type of, like, idea, which is, like, another fucking insane thing. Because he realizes that Republicans are not staying in line, and they're like, oh, I might want to go against Trump because he's not going to be here for very long. So it seems like there's a lot of Republican and MAGA infighting right now. We're going to start getting debates up here in a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everybody, as always, if you're a Trump supporter, make sure to send a guest request if you're above the age of 18. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
I don't remember.
You don't remember your birth year?
No.
Okay. What? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
What?
And what month?
January 10th.
And you said you're how old again?
18.
January 2007 is 19. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, Mummy Queen.
Yes, Daddy Queen, yes.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty. Let's get this first person up here again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for Trump supporters above the age of 18. Alrighty. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, it's how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I certainly do.
You said what?
I do, yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what state do you live in?
California.
And what time is it?
It's 10 o'clock in the morning.
No, it's 9:36, bro. I live in California. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, that person was just on the stream. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why are you such a faggot? Why are you?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
January.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I like how he uses AI.
I'm sorry. They sound really young. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. I'm gonna go with the chat. Sometimes I just wait for the chat because I'm not quite 100% sure.
Yo.
How old are you?
18. So I've got one question. Are you trying to?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 30,
And you
but I'm
support
an
Trump?
independent, so I'm a moderate, so I don't know. I'm in the middle.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. I probably would vote third party, possibly, like if I could.
Okay.
Probably.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, everyone. It is going to take a second because Trump supporters are non-existent. Everybody, they're non-existent. MAGA's doesn't exist anymore. Actually, that's the most real thing that exists is that MAGA can't stand up to actually debate anymore. They're gone. They're too scared. They're too scared. They're out of the public eye. That's what it is. They're unwilling to debate. Quite frankly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You trying to slap on my knob like corn on the?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit, Parker?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 19,
What's your birth year?
2006. I'm in
What
July.
month?
July. Hasn't happened yet.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, he's pretty cool.
There's no way that they're of age, bro. No shot. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Do give it a second, everyone. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, every once in a while. It depends. Like I don't go there very often though. It's definitely like one of those things where it's like a few times a year. You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We were just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
I'm a nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You black nigger.
You're disgusting. We're with a Discord of people that are trying to join right now. Do give it a second, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. These people are so disgusting. Do give it a minute. Let me make sure to go onto my second account. Make sure I have the blocking powers very ready and on standby. Give me a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get out to more people to ensure that we can get some actual debates up here. Only do send a guest request, again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, do give me a quick second, everyone. We're going to go through the box. Do give us a second. How old are you? How old are you?
What?
How old are you? Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
May 18th.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll actually go back and change my vote. I would probably vote Harris now, just because the.
Okay, nice. Nice to hear. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Thank you for the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. It is going to take a few minutes to get some people up here for debates because Trump supporters are scared to debate. What can I say? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I live in Miami.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
It is 2007.
Okay, and what month?
September.
Okay, alrighty. And is there a way we can get closer to your microphone?
So, can you not hear me well?
No, it's a little bit far. I can't hear you.
Is this better?
A little bit. And you said you live in Wyoming?
No, I live in Palm Beach, like Miami, near there.
I don't know why you said Wyoming then earlier. And what time is it?
No, I said Miami. I don't know. It's 5 hours before, so it's 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock. Okay, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
it's getting close. Can you name 2 states that border Florida?
Georgia and Mississippi. No, I mean I haven't lived here for long, so.
Do you think it's going to be Mississippi or Alabama? That borders Florida.
Mississippi.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, I haven't lived here for long, so I'm
Are you
gonna
sure?
say that. I don't wanna. I'm just gonna say I'm sure because I have to be, what's it called? I have to be strong in my opinion. I can't be lying, can I?
You have to be real strong in your opinion. You have to be real strong in your opinion.
Bro,
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know, it is only Alabama. It's not possible
that's a
for it to
shame.
touch Mississippi. Okay, Mississippi
I
is
thought it's nearby.
Mississippi is west of Alabama.
Oh, okay. Are we not debating about Trump?
Nope. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Leo, it's how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
No. I mean, yeah.
No, you mean yeah? Okay,
Yeah,
if the
I
election
do.
were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, you'd vote for Trump. And what's your birth year?
2006.
2006. What month?
September.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live in England.
New state dropped, everybody. Hey, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Dude, what state do you live in?
Miami.
What state?
Miami.
That's a state?
America, mate. Come on.
Dude.
I live in America.
Wait,
and
am
I
I
live in
like
Miami.
on the British For You page right now, or are you guys like all at Discord?
I'm American. Okay.
Dude, you just said you live in the state of Miami.
I'm born and raised America.
Yeah, and you born and raised in the state of Miami?
Yeah.
Yeah, England is my city. Did you know that?
Well, England colonized America, nearly half the world.
Okay,
But
so
yeah,
does that like
England's your-
justify you
England's
as a
your
U.S.
city.
citizen? No.
That justifies me as not English.
That makes no fucking sense. Okay, hey, bud. I'm gonna kick you. I'm just asking, like,
Okay,
are you
go,
guys
bro.
like in a Discord or like
No,
am I on
generally,
British
nah.
For You pages right now?
It's just like For You pages.
Oh, jeez, dude. It's like every single person in my box right now is British. What's going on? Well, seriously, what's going on? Yeah, like, there's gotta be a Discord or something, right? Like, there's no possible way that, like, I just had like 4 people in a row that were British, right? Thank you for the hand heart, thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Well, what can I say? It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris, would you rather vote? I can't even speak right now. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Trump. Okay. What's your birth year?
2000.
Okay, and what month?
June.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, my brother has been in the military for roughly 7 years now, and we used to be super on the liberal side, and we obviously live in California. It's a super liberal state. My brother, he got a really high job in the military, started being briefed on a bunch of stuff, and from a security perspective, I started noticing a lot of things from the Democratic Party that was compromising like security to our country. Now, from a Democratic perspective, I believe that it can bring a lot of good to our country. But what I didn't like during the 4 years of the Biden administration was that our guard was being let down. And the bombing that happened in the Middle East, that airport, and our aircrafts getting taken away. It just wasn't a good sight. And maybe I want to say maybe 2 years or last year, my brother, our U.S. Navy was deployed to Alaska, which is very unheard of. Like, you never see the U.S. Navy in Alaska. And started seeing that Russia was looking over our coastlines, and basically tensions were very high before everything happened with Iran. Had a meeting with the admiral, and basically was saying that war with China is imminent. How can we prevent that? And while Kamala was running, basically the goal was Kamala. You're right. My bad. Their goal was to just keep war away. And as much as I hate war, countries are just greedy. You know, no one's gonna ever put their foot down. There's always one country that wants to get an edge over the other country. And that's what makes this country so amazing, is that the fact that we do fight for freedom so that everyone has the right to protest, everyone has the right to have their beliefs and have debates like this over TikTok. You know, without that, if we didn't have such a strong military, we wouldn't be able to have that opportunity to be protesting and have these rights. You know, we would be in bunkers and shelters like other countries that don't have that privilege. So I vote for Trump in the aspect of our safety for this country, not so much for the economic and other stuff, but as far as security purposes, I do believe in that.
Okay, I think that we're definitely more likely to go to war with Russia than we are with China.
Absolutely.
We're definitely not
I
an
believe
imminent
that.
war with China. Now, in terms of
Before
that, the
tariffs,
reason why we
pre-tariffs, I
wouldn't go to
believe.
war with either of those countries is because, in terms of direct war, is because of the fact that we have nuclear weapons on both sides, and there's something called mutually
Yes.
assured destruction, where if both sides have nukes, essentially there's going to be no risk of direct conflict. Now, there could be proxy conflict and proxy war, but there wouldn't be direct conflict.
Yes, absolutely. That I do believe. And also one thing I did like that Trump did was before
Can I address the
he
other points as
started-
well?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
I don't think our guard was let down by any means under the Biden administration. Can you give any examples of how you think that our guard was "quote unquote" let down?
I think like the best example was just the fact that our aircrafts were stolen from that airport bombing where our Marines died over
You mean
there.
in Afghanistan?
In Afghanistan, yes, Middle East.
So let me explain. Let me explain what happened there. So Donald Trump set up the agreement with the Taliban to give them 5,000 Taliban members back, and for us to pull out. Right? That is the agreement set up by Trump. Biden has to follow through with that agreement. He extended, gave us more time to be able to do so, and then decided to pull out. I don't know anything that he could have done that could have prevented all of these things from happening. Now, the specific equipment, that was stuff that was given to the Afghan government to defend themselves. We were literally in Afghanistan for literally over a decade extra, because they were building up a government there that inevitably just fell right away. By the way. That shows how much of a failure it was for us to spend so much time, in Afghanistan specifically. And I definitely think that I mean, at least broadly, that's downstream of foreign policy that's existed for decades prior, that Biden inherited, that then he responded to and he had to fulfill. And I mean, I don't know that you could say he could have done anything differently to have prevented these things from happening, because these things were already established prior. And Trump set up the agreement to pull out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it seems like both sides agree with that. And then also, you would then give equipment to the Afghan government to defend themselves, because you would expect that they would do so.
Absolutely.
And if they get taken over by the Taliban, then they're going to get that equipment. All of their equipment was deemed by the military to either be destroyed on site or brought back.
Yeah, absolutely. That I can agree with. My other point was just kind of highlighting some things that I did like. One thing that I did like was that he led that nationwide abortion ban to the states, and I thought that was a good idea, something good, that he allowed the states to basically vote as a state, as a majority. That the majority, this is like the country where that's how that works. We're in a democratic society where we can vote for what we want, and if the majority of a state feels like abortion should be
Can I
illegal,
clarify before we move on to overturning Roe
Sure,
versus Wade?
yeah.
How
Go
was
for
our
it,
guard
go for
let
it.
down? Because I don't think that with Afghanistan it was let down by any means. So can you explain to me?
Because I believe that Kamala made a point that she just did not want to have war. She didn't want to in like, because like our since 9/11 we've been in a wartime economy, right? So that's allowed all of our
Didn't
money.
Trump run on no new wars?
What do you mean by that?
Trump ran on literally saying no new wars. Kamala Harris will cause World War III. That's literally what he ran on.
Yeah, and my brother believed the same thing just because of how high tensions were.
Yeah,
You know, I just totally believed that she just did not want to engage the United States in any of the conflicts that are happening around. She basically wanted, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I saw her as letting people hash it out themselves and kind of just us not being engaged with it. If I'm mistaken and I'm wrong about it, then you can correct me on that. But that's kind of from the campaigns and rallies that I've seen. That was kind of something that she was pushing, is for the United States not to be involved in things like that. So that's what I kind of mean as like
I
us
would
being at a
agree with that.
disadvantage.
That's a good position, is that the U.S. should be significantly less involved. But I mean,
But doesn't that
I don't
give
think that
countries
I
an
don't even think that
advantage?
was what Donald Trump was saying on the campaign trail. You know that, right? So like, if that's a reason to stop supporting someone, then you don't support Trump, right?
Is that he was saying that he doesn't support us
he
being
was.
involved?
Yes, he was literally saying no new wars. Do you want me to play it?
No, I believe you. I'm not gonna. I believe you.
No, but like it's like he literally ran on this. This was like one of his biggest things. Like I think you need to hear this just to like hear how prevalent it was real quick.
Absolutely.
We will have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos
I think
in
that's
the
what
Middle
the
East.
sword-
I will
force of
prevent
power,
World
though.
War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
heard
I
that.
will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet.
Yeah, absolutely. I have heard those clips, and I feel like that by stopping wars is by showing that the United States is not a country to be messed with. That's why we invaded Venezuela, got Maduro out. We are with Iran. So it's like all these things, I feel like that's what's stopping countries from taking an advantage over us. Because that's why we're not in a World War III right now, in my opinion, you know? Because if
I think that's a
hypothetically...
ridiculous argument. So then, why didn't we have World War
So
III under
what would,
Biden?
hypothetically, what would happen?
Why didn't
if
we have World War
never-
III under Biden?
Why didn't we?
Yeah.
Elections were around the corner. Could have happened, but how else did you?
So isn't that
Russia ended up
always true
invading
then?
Ukraine?
Isn't that always true then?
Because wasn't Putin already looking at Ukraine a long time ago? They wanted Ukraine for a long time.
he wants to recreate the Soviet Union.
Yeah. And when did he start invading it? When did he?
Well, that was if you want to reference Crimea, 2014.
When did the actual war happen? Like when it was actually
the war under
publicized
Biden's
to
administration, 2022 or 2020. Yeah, I think it's 2022.
Because like I feel like when the first time Trump was in office, none of that happened though. Like Putin and him were on good terms and nothing happened like that. You
Putin
know?
and him on good terms. One, that's not a
Well,
good
I mean,
thing,
you know
and
what I mean,
two,
not like
also
good
like
terms,
also like if he's on such good terms, why didn't he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours like he said he was going to do? Why is there
well,
still
because
conflict?
Russia is a bigger threat to us than Iran.
Okay.
There they are. They got those new. Like it's kind of like, because the thing that
So then, like, why did he lay out the red carpet for Putin?
For peace, to have kind of like.
How did that work?
By basically not bombing.
Trump's like
bombing
historically really bad at negotiations. All the negotiations he said he could do, he's like failed at, dude.
You really believe?
Yeah,
that?
like he's like very pompous about his negotiation skills, and then they're always like dog shit. Like he like negotiates us like a worse deal or like no actual benefit, right? Like, I mean, there were some things you could point to in his first administration, like the USMCA, that was like half decent. But like since then, we've just like there's nothing, bro. There's like jack shit, dude. What renegotiations has he done that's better off? It's always worse.
The tariffs were bad too.
Yeah, they've led to worse off real domestic manufacturing investment within our country.
Because it's like I seen it as like, how is China gonna be able to?
Can we please address that real quick? The main goal of tariffs is what?
To basically either mitigate, like what I think is like mitigating, like or controlling, like kind of like getting a profit off of trading. So if like someone wants to bring something into the country, you have to pay a price for it.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. And who pays that?
Well, I would assume that they do, or we have to
Who's
pay
they?
some type
Who's
of
they?
price. Well, if we're talking about China, then China, like,
No.
because that's the tariffs
No,
were on
no.
China
According
now.
to the Kiel Institute, 96% is paid by the U.S. It's paid directly by the American business importing the product, and it's passed down mostly to the consumer. According to the Kiel Institute, look it up. Serious. It's not paid by the foreign country. Trump literally conned you into believing that tariffs are paid by foreign countries. No, they're not. No, no.
So
What is
what
the
was the
goal? The
purpose
goal
of
of
the tariffs
tariffs
with
that
China?
at least Donald Trump outlines is to bring back manufacturing investment to this country. You want to know what's crazy though? Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far, after massive increases under the Biden-Harris administration.
Mm-hmm.
So like he hasn't fulfilled his main objective. What has it caused? Well, it's caused prices to go up for American consumers, for working class people.
Yeah.
Actually, a Federal Reserve report came out and said we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposes tariffs in the first place.
That is, but I do believe that the tariffs have ruined our economy. Like that, I can agree with. And
The
backed by.
tariffs, the war with Iran. Right now, we're at 3.8% year-over-year inflation.
Yeah, and I know that because I mean I watched the interviews with that one guy, John Kiriakou, as that's saying that our country would be in a recession by now if we weren't in a wartime economy. Like, or we would be debt free if we weren't investing so much money into our military. But
Oh, you're misunderstanding what he's saying. He's saying that we would be better off financially if we weren't spending so much money on war, which I agree
pretty
with.
much,
Because he said that we have the largest military budget in the world, more than the next 10 nations
Yes, he
combined.
did say
I know what clip you're referencing, I think.
Yeah, yeah, and like I agree with that. It's just like, to seeing like what happened in 9/11, like it's kind of like hard to kind of go back and lay our guards down after something like that. Because like I feel like if we have a leader, that I think that's the biggest thing that made me vote Republican is like I'm so afraid of a leader getting too complacent with the fact that we are a free country and then kind of disregards our military. I feel like that's my biggest thing is because without a strong military, we don't have freedom. We don't have these freedoms to do what we're doing now. And I think that's the biggest thing for me, I wish the
We
best
can
of
have a
both worlds.
strong military. You can have the largest military budget in the world and still cut our military budget in half. We can have the
With
largest
the
military
proper
budget in the
leadership.
world by over $100 billion a year and cut our military budget in
Yes.
half and save $500 billion a year. Trump wants to increase it to $1.5 trillion a year. This is overspending like crazy.
Yeah. So let me ask you, how would you think Kamala would run our military?
Kamala. And
Kamala.
how do I think that she would run it? I don't completely know, but I definitely think it would not be as horrible as Trump in terms of going to war with Iran. It wouldn't be that we would be spending $1.5 trillion a year on the military, right? I can know those things for true. Now, I don't know how everything would operate, but I definitely think it would be much more effectively than the Trump administration.
Yeah, because I mean, I've seen both sides of how people view Iran. And when my brother was out there last year, he was out there actually deployed in the Middle East right as they were bombing the nuclear facility over there. And they were on the Omanian coast right there. And my buddy, they're rescue swimmers in the Navy, so they fly aircrafts. They see just about everything that they can. They're pretty much they're in a strike group and they fly above the carriers and kind of see everything before the ship actually gets there. And the big thing that I've seen is just a lot of evil over there. Which it's kind of like it comes down to like, does our country want to support and help another country, or do we leave them alone? And what would happen if we left them alone? Because if we're such a great country, why can't we help other countries? Does that make sense?
Well, I think the way that we can help other countries is through foreign aid, through economic development, through helping other people out, not through military intervention. Military intervention we've seen over the past few decades, right, to be horrible. We have a very low success rate after World War II. It's dog shit. It's actually atrocious how bad our success rate is. Maybe we should reevaluate what we're doing.
Yeah.
Instead of putting
that's the
literally,
thing. I would hate to lose my brother over some stuff like that.
just think about this. We put ourselves in the level of debt we're in right now because of that. That is the main driving factor. It's not healthcare. It's not childcare. It's not housing affordability spending. It's none of that. It was literally our need for constant war. We're at levels of debt right now like we fought a world war. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, that I do know. I do know that.
So like that's an issue, isn't it? And doesn't that mean we're exhausting our resources so that if an event does happen like that, we're not as strong?
Absolutely.
So I think
You know,
what we're
it's
doing is
happened in history
we're
with Pearl
reducing
Harbor.
our power on a world stage by exercising our resources to an unrecognizable degree outside of our borders instead of building ourselves up internally. And we can help
Yeah.
other people when we build ourselves up internally. But when we're focused on literally war and conflict constantly, right, and we're not focused here on our country, right, our interests then are solely dependent upon what's better for foreign countries and not what's better for us here in this country. That's why now, after Trump started this war with Iran, we practically never talk about what's best for this country. We talk about the war with Iran. We talk about what's going on in foreign countries. We're not talking about, right, the healthcare policy we need desperately.
Yeah,
Right? We're
I
not
can
talking
agree
about the
with you on
child
that.
care that's
I
unaffordable
feel
in
like
this
the only
country.
thing that they're trying to do for this country that is saying that's beneficial is border control and immigration. I feel like that's the only agenda.
And is that even really beneficial to like think about it? The Democrats are still advocating to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker, and they want to prioritize going after
How
those that have
come
committed
media
violent,
doesn't
serious
show
offenses.
that though? Why
They
why
did.
doesn't media show that?
The
Because
media does. Well, actually, the media doesn't show that because Donald Trump was fear mongering about it.
Because it's like I understand media bias because I took a lot of poli science classes about how media bias works. Because a lot of times, like I have seen the stories where they were protesting for genuine cases of rapists, child molesters, people with, you know, crimes, and then I have seen cases where like they have overstepped their line of power. You know, I've seen both sides of where ICE has done bad and where they're just doing their job. You know, and one thing that like I've learned, like from a military perspective, is just not messing with the federal police because a lot of civilians don't understand the federal laws, and like military codes are a lot different than our state laws. So like it's like weird because like same thing like martial law, like no one wants your freaking military opening fire on your own people.
So
But it's like
the issue with ICE is the amount of executive power that gives to the
yes,
executive
I believe
branch.
that.
So we can get rid of ICE and we can still have internal immigration enforcement and go after those that have committed violent and serious offenses. We can still
Yes,
do that.
and in a more
We don't
humane
need
way.
ICE
I
to
can
do that,
back-
and
I can
ICE
agree with that.
allows for there to be too much exercising and abuse of power on behalf of the executive branch to violate things such as due process, which I think is fundamentally not good in the first place. I
You
do
don't
think
like
that
due
there needs to
process?
be internal immigration enforcement for the people who have committed violent and serious offenses, but there
Yes.
definitely doesn't need to be this exercise from the executive branch where they can just abuse power, not rely on due process, and deport whoever they feel like, right? And just go after those that haven't committed serious and violent offenses, or haven't committed serious and violent offenses. I disagree with that.
Yeah, because my buddy, who's actually in the Navy now. He came from Venezuela and got his citizenship through due process. And his thing is like he just gets, you know, upset that people are basically making it harder for people who are trying to make the legalization process of citizenship harder for them and longer for them.
Yeah, that's actually
You
the
know?
Republicans that are doing that, not undocumented immigrants.
Can you explain?
Yeah, the Republicans constantly will make it harder for the legal process to not be made quicker, right? People like Donald Trump, right? But even when Republicans in Congress are willing to vote on something that inevitably would make it a bit quicker, right? Donald Trump undermined that bill. So we haven't been able to get Republicans to the table to actually support making the legal process go quicker for 30 plus years. And that's why there's been such a backlog in the system that we can't fund making the legal process go quicker because Republicans will not provide the proper funding to do so.
Right. I believe that.
Democrats
I
overwhelmingly
think-
agree with making the legal process quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I do too. I mean, my family's from Colombia, you know, like, and I have an aunt here that stays here undocumented, and I mean, we're trying to work through that out, you know, but it's mainly like, well, I guess when it came to me voting, like, it was just very difficult, just kind of, I guess it was just seeing the time that the world was in. I took 4 years of just studying, seeing everything, and, you know, personally, I just wasn't happy. I want, obviously, just like everyone that does vote, I want what's best for this country. You know, I'm not picking just to be biased. I'm picking because I'm genuinely have this feeling of what I think is going to be best for this country. Now, in 4 years, if I see that everything just went to, excuse my language, went to shit, then absolutely it changes my vote because I'm not just so unopen-minded where I'm not open to seeing different points of views. Like I want what's best for everyone, you know, not just myself or not just people that are born Americans here, you know.
I would argue it already has gone to shit. He's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He said that he's glad that people like Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller are dead. He's quite literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. He's made basically every metric of the economy worse off by his tariff policy and by his war with Iran. He's led to us getting less objectives met than what we had under the context of the JCPOA, established literally 10 years ago under the Obama administration, that would still be in place in terms of the caps on the enrichment of uranium until 2030, where we could renegotiate if Donald Trump never pulled us out of that in the first place. The reason why Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon today is because Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
Okay. I'm not going to disagree with you, man. Like I came here to debate and get educated if I needed to. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to get to here is that, like, I feel like this should be an easy determination for almost every American. Is that you should look at this set of facts and look at the idea that he's trying to undermine our democracy, our rule of law, our constitution, our core fundamental American values, basically everything that we should care about in this country. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be okay with him undermining these things, and you should be able to stand up against these things. And our checks and balances are being tested right now, and we're failing.
Do you believe that the Republican Party in general, not just Trump representing the Republican Party, do you believe that the Republican Party as a whole has always been bad?
Has always been bad? I would say that obviously the Republican Party has become worse with Trump. Now, I would always say I disagree with, like, obviously with my position now. Yes, I disagree with the Republican Party. Yes. Now, actually, technically, the Republican Party started out as, like, a designated liberal party. There's been a party switch over time, but we're talking about the modern Republican Party, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think trickle-down economic policy is destructive to this nation.
The
right?
reason
I think
why
the pro-war sentiment within the Republican Party is incredibly harmful to this country as well. But I do acknowledge that that prior Republicans to Trump, you know, such as like McCain, Romney, etc., like they're preferable to Trump by far.
Yeah, and I agree. You know, I feel like the main reason why I became conservative and I swapped over was because, like, I really was just wanting something to speak to me on my moral values of this country. You know, like the freedom, having our amendment
can I tell
rights.
you one thing real quick? The modern Republican Party is completely and totally dominated by Trump and whatever he supports. Because you understand that 80 to 90% of the Republican Party supports Trump, and he's trying to stifle out any candidates outside of the context of MAGA or Trump, which he has done, right? He's quite literally even today posted a picture or reposted someone saying, posting a picture of him with a gun, literally saying no more rhinos, spelled R-I-N-O, not spelled R-H-I-N-O, how you're actually supposed to spell rhino in reference to the animal, but specifically in reference to Republicans in Congress. What does Donald Trump define as a rhino? Anyone that's against him. Literally, anyone that's against. He brands Thomas Massie just because he was against his position on the release of the Epstein files and the war with Iran, simply just because of that. Agrees on everything else, simply just because of that, right? Says he's a rhino. So just because you're against Trump means you're a rhino, right?
Yeah. Do Democrats are the Democrats pro guns and pro freedom to carry?
Yes, there's Second Amendment. We still believe in Second Amendment.
Do you believe that majority of the Democratic Party supports that?
Yes.
Or are they trying?
Yeah, most people are not advocating to take away all your guns, and it's not even constitutional to take away all of your guns. Now,
why so much
really, the only
defunding
thing that's
police?
protected is a pistol under the context of the Supreme Court. I just want to clarify, though. But
California, I did an essay.
But
once.
let me just be clear with you. We need gun control regulation. We need gun safety laws. We need there to be background checks that are universal. We need there to be regulations and red laws, right, in place to be able to address the situations and the outliers. We need those to be in place to ensure that people are safe. But yes, people can have guns under the system, and we can ensure that people are safer. Now, we should probably change something about our society for how close we are to guns, because I think that inevitably our proximity to guns inevitably leads to worse off outcomes for like gun violence within our country comparative to other countries around the world. There is something that we need to reevaluate from a cultural standpoint here in terms of our relation to guns. There totally is, right? But that doesn't mean that we are going to get rid of everyone's guns or mandatorily take that away. All that we're really advocating for is that we just need to be safer about these things. We need to ensure that there are safety regulations. We need to ensure that people are taken care of. There are absolutely legitimate circumstances for self-defense. Like, no one's disputing that. That's why there is a notion to get access to a gun, of course. But really what we're trying to do is we're just trying to make things safer, and we're trying to reduce gun violence within our country because we see how detrimental it is to our communities, especially our children.
Absolutely, because I mean, certain states, I did an essay once where I studied, like, out of the 50 states, which states have the highest gun crime rate or burglary rate. So because I wrote an essay on gun control, and I was like, why is it so bad? And I noticed that a lot of the states on the South have such a low burglary rate compared to California. California has, like, when I worked in the sheriff's office, we were getting a burglary call every other day, burglary calls, because people are not afraid to enter people's homes or do stuff like that because of but they won't do it in Texas.
It could also just be because properties are significantly more costly in these particular areas. They have significantly more people. Population size is higher. There's more money in these areas. People who are criminals might be like, okay, the valuations of these houses are higher. They're more likely to have more money. So I'm going to go into the richer communities in these particular areas. So I'd be more likely to make money from each individual time I steal things from people. Like people would want to steal more from the richest possible people they could find, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in the valleys, like where I live, I don't live in a very rich area of California, and it's still very common. I mean, it's going to be everywhere, But that was just one thing that I guess.
But yeah, like could there be things to address these? Like, of course we want to address that, and we want to limit that from happening. So we could obviously reevaluate that from that standpoint. We want to address things in terms of, like, we need to have a law and order. Of course, no one disputes that. What I then criticize is that, like, Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, and then wanted to create a nearly $2 billion slush fund for them, right? Because he claims that they were, quote unquote, mistreated, right? After they were convicted and admitted to assaulting police officers, right? In some of these circumstances. So it's just like, I can't fathom that any person would look at Donald Trump as the person to actually uphold law and order in this country when actively he's done things like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of my friends that are on the Democratic Party, I feel like they've had more stronger opinions that's made me, I guess, stray away from the party, is because I've seen how hateful they speak about things. And I mean, you've been talking to me for a while now. You've never seen me be hateful or, towards anything. I express opinions and beliefs. And I feel like a common ground that I run into when I talk to liberals and Democrats is that they're very standoffish when I ask for their opinion, or maybe why I have a specific opinion. They're very so aggressive, like, oh, well, I don't even want to talk to you if you believe this. And I'm like, why can't we just talk about it instead, Because, like, genuinely, like, if someone wants to educate a person about it, they should. But that's all I ran into when I do talk to Democratic parties, is a lot of anger. And it's like not much more clarity. Like, I can talk to you and I'm seeing points just fine.
Well,
I'm seeing your point of views.
Well, maybe understand where they're coming from. We live in a society right now where the incredible levels of division exist, where we have a president who's an adjudicated rapist, who has undermined our democracy, called for the termination of the Constitution, who has literally tried to undermine people's access to basic health care, food, childcare in this country, rights to literally work in the military. There's countless things that have been disenfranchised by Donald Trump. The hate that he spreads, the division he spreads, the threats that he spreads to so many communities in this country. You have to understand those are the reasons why people look at Donald Trump with that level of hatred and look at the ideas of supporting him with that level of hatred. You have to understand where people are coming from that respect. In the same way that you want to be understood, you have to understand where they're coming from, to why they are unwilling to engage with certain types of arguments. Now, it's totally within their rights to not engage with certain arguments. Now, you could criticize that, but that's not a criticism on all Democrats. That's not a reason why the Democratic Party's position is wrong. That's simply a reflection of someone individual's person's perspectives of what particular topics they want to talk about and what particular topics they don't want to talk about. You're more likely to be able to have that type of conversation with me, especially because I'm more likely to have dealt with these types of things. I talk to people who do these things all the time. This is more of a space to deal with these things. The typical person doesn't hear extreme, crazy views all the time and isn't accustomed to dealing with that and probably doesn't want to deal with that and obviously has no obligation to deal with that as well. We have to keep in mind all of these things. A lot of people aren't overtly political as well.
No. Yeah, it's because like I ran into a girl I was talking to once, and she knew I voted Republican. She started crying, yelling, "Why did you do this? You support ICE?" I was like, I never said I support ICE like that. Like I was like, I don't. I was like, but why is it that's the immediate jump you did without assuming, like without just like asking me what I believe? Because just because I did vote Republican, that doesn't mean I support the entire agenda. And it's the same thing with, I think, the Democratic Party. Is like, not every time what you vote for is what you're going to expect. It just happens. It happens with every president. So it's like, just because I did vote, that doesn't mean I support what's happening. Everything
I guess
that's
the frustration there is that you voted for him in despite of that.
Yeah, I voted in hopes that I would see
when there was
change.
a better option. Like that's the point that I think people are trying to express there. Now, another thing to consider is that every single time someone expresses a point of view on politics, it might not be the most debate bro understanding of a certain perspective, right? It might not be the most clear thing, and sometimes you have to clarify those things through conversation, right?
Yeah, because she was like, "How could you be Hispanic and vote against your people?" And like I was kind of like, I don't believe I am, but it was just where we fixed it out,
I mean, you don't believe you are, but like, could you understand how someone could see that, given like what this administration has done in terms of racial profiling?
Yeah,
they admitted
absolutely.
to engaging in racial profiling, allowing for racial profiling to happen, and then judges have came out and indicated that they were explicitly doing so, that they're going after illegal citizens, right, just because of their race, because of their accent.
Yeah, absolutely. But I what I told her is that I believe that it could be done more humanely. I was like, at the end of the day, a federal agent does not need a reason to pull someone to the side. I was like, do I think it's messed up? Absolutely. Like, because it happens when I'm driving to San Diego and I run into U.S. Border Customs. They're always pulling people over randomly, asking for papers, asking for citizenship. And it sucks, It's not something that like I like, but it's like it's more of a federal thing. I was like, I think that's more of a system than an actual, like I told her, like, I'm more mad about the system than the president in that aspect, because I don't like how the system is running it. Because obviously legislation, you said the executive branch has to approve that stuff. Congress has to approve of it, because Trump can try and push a law, but it's up to Congress to push it out. At the end of the day.
No, it's up to but Donald Trump has a stranglehold over Congress, Republicans in Congress. That's when the checks and balances start to like fail. Is when bro literally is saying anyone who dissents from him is a rhino. And like I'm really against rhinos. I'm a primary right. Rhinos get like AIPAC to help me get $30 million to run against you just for being against me on the Epstein files and on the war with Iran. You know what I mean? Like, and then also, did you hear that JD Vance recently said that he's reconsidering running in 2028?
Yeah. Or reconsider, like he doesn't want to run anymore?
Yeah, he's reconsidering. It's not saying he's 100% not going to run. He's just he's reconsidering it because he doesn't see his place in the party as much, because he's not as much of a warmonger.
Yeah, and like, trust me, I believe a lot of the stuff you're telling me, and like I don't always back Republican Party 100%. It's just like I want to find a common ground, because there's things that I do like about both parties that I can't find the middle ground. And like I guess that's where a lot of Americans are stuck, is because like I have just a lot of beliefs and feelings that like I feel like not every party is able to cover. Like it's like you get one, but you don't get the other. And it's like at that point, it's up to the voter, and that's why people have that freedom of vote to basically vote for what you want more, because you're not going to get everything you ask for out of a president. That's kind of like the crappy thing about this country, is that when you vote for something, you're pretty much only going to get a little bit of what you're voting for. But
is
not
there anything
everything.
Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Put our country at risk, where we're pretty much like, I feel like the moment that I would stop is like when I feel like we are nationally at a disadvantage with other countries where we don't have power anymore over any countries.
You mean like if you destabilized our relationships with our core fundamental allies such as Europe?
I feel like just more of like an invasion. I feel like if because that's the point of a president, to keep our country free, and if that's compromised, then I can't like I can never support
So
that.
you're saying only if he undermined your personal freedom?
Because I feel like that's my main that's my main.
Or what about the freedoms of other Americans?
Absolutely, but we can't even have that if we're not free as
I
a
can
country.
point to how he's done that. He's actively undermined the freedoms of other Americans.
Okay, elaborate, please.
Okay. There are countless examples where they violated due process of U.S. citizens, literally detaining them just for an accent. There's literally points where they, for example, look up George Radis. He specifically was trying to get to work. He was detained by ICE and held for over 3 days without access to an attorney and without access to medical after he was pepper sprayed and tear gassed, right? And his skin was burning, and he missed his kid's birthday party because of it. Like, I can give countless more examples. These are just some of the violations of rights. We can also point to Mahmoud Khalil, who's held for over 100 days without due process, right? Because he engaged in pro-Palestinian speech and activism. That's against the First Amendment, and that was determined by a court to be against his First Amendment right.
And you would disagree that it's not the people running ICE, like the main person running ICE as an operation that's at fault for that. You don't believe that. You think it's solely the president's fault that ICE is doing this, but not ICE as a problem.
I think ICE is a problem. I want to abolish ICE. I told you already, because it allows for the executive to have abusive power and control. Do I disagree with border enforcement as a whole? No. There was border enforcement that existed, internal immigration enforcement, prior to ICE existing. Okay? And we can go after those that have committed violent and serious offenses, right, without utilizing ICE.
Yeah, because I mean, how can we prevent that happening if we're letting people in freely? You know, if people are in freely, then they commit a crime, and now we're having to deal with the aftermath. And it's like the point is that any American can agree on is how can we prevent people from coming into our country and causing terror? You know, I feel like that's a common ground that both parties can get behind.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's obviously something that existed prior. We wanted to do that through the context of a bipartisan immigration bill, and Donald Trump undermined that bill.
So what would you want to see out of, I guess, the next Democratic president running? Or at least that you know that they're going to do, if you do.
Well, I would like more progressive candidates. I mean, that's a long list of things. I can be like, there's a whole bunch of things I support. Like, I want, I mean, do you really want me to go through the whole list? Or do you want me to give you an example?
You can give me a top 5 that mean the most to you, something like the things that really matter to you the most. Because obviously, like you said, we can't get everything we want. But if you were to get a couple things, what would it be?
Yeah, like universal health care, anti-Zionist / pro-Palestine, addressing the environment, right, by addressing climate change, expanding access to childcare in our country, fighting for women's rights as it relates to abortion access.
You know, I believe all those things. I don't disagree with supporting those things, you know. I believe in the free healthcare, but it's like honestly, where's most of our tax money going right now? To the war, right? Or as a state, where's each tax dollar is going to the state? Because as of right now, it's being funded, from what I know, towards, at least in California, it's funding a lot of the Section 8 housing, it's funding prisons, it's funding like a bunch of crap over here, like that I don't like. So it's like, if I was to get a Democratic governor, because our elections are coming up in California right now too, you know, it's like, what's going to be different from what Newsom has done, you know? Because it's like, from a bigger aspect, it's not just Trump and Kamala, it's also for each state, what each party is doing in each state, you know? Because that's something that I'm also heavily considering, because elections are coming up in California, right, very soon.
Okay. So, and I mean, at least from a standpoint of what I brought up, what do you disagree with? Do you agree with all of those progressive policies that I just mentioned?
No, I don't disagree with them.
You don't disagree with those progressive policies?
No.
Okay, so then why do you still support Trump? I just want to clarify that first.
like I said, just from a security aspect, man. Like if Trump could do those things, it'd be better. But from what I've seen and then from the Biden administration and having my brother serve for that time being, it was very scary. There was a lot of times my brother would get briefed before deployments and he was just genuinely scared. Like, I don't know what the fuck, excuse me, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen. I was like, it just didn't feel right. And I voted purely out of keeping my family, my brother safe. Because from a lot of people
Wait,
don't.
I'm asking, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I still don't like Kamala. I would rather, if there was another Democratic president running, I would reconsider.
Okay,
But
so
I feel
say
like when
it
she had her
were.
campaign, she was appealing a lot towards our generation, and I didn't like
What
the
did she?
campaign.
What did she
in
do that
general.
you don't like? I mean, just
The
put any
concerts,
other
man, the
Democrat in
con-
that position. Would you support any Democrat
like-
over Trump?
What was that again?
Would you support any Democrat over Trump?
I honestly, I have not researched any other Democratic party that wants to run for president besides Kamala.
Okay, so then
But-
how could you said give me a different person, but then you don't know anyone else. So then how could you ever make a I'm confused. So with Kamala Harris, at least in terms of what her perspectives are, not you. I don't know what you disagree with her on that you think is so horrible that you couldn't vote for her over Donald Trump, who's literally a rapist. Like I genuinely like what?
Like her campaigns, I just did not like seeing her of trying to appeal everyone, like making these rallies, having these concerts, and it just genuinely seemed like she was just trying to gain popularity. Because someone could be like, this is my rule. This is my personal rule. It's like you can be a nice person, appealing person, and still be a bad president. And you could be a mean person, a bad person, and still, like, you don't have to be a good person to get stuff done. Is my point. And Kamala seems like a very nice person, but I didn't see her fit to run the country. I just didn't, personally. And it kind of put me in a predicament where I had no other choice.
Okay, and
because
do you
I
see
just genuinely
Trump
didn't feel
as
comfortable.
someone who should run the country? Come
No,
on.
but I
So
don't.
then, like,
but
who's
at the
better?
same time, I don't feel more comfortable. I didn't feel more comfortable voting for Kamala at that time. I just didn't. You know.
I'm asking right now though, like, what's the reason?
Is because of all the stuff that's happened military-wise. Like I completely feel like we are more in an advantage military-wise than we were 2 years ago. Like I feel like we're doing good. Like right now we
In
don't
what way?
like the fact that we don't have to worry about Iran threatening us anymore.
What are you talking
We don't
about?
have
Yes,
to
we
worry
do.
about
Well, yes, we do. And also, by the way, we were in a better position with Iran in 2016 before Trump got in office, the first time.
How?
Because the JCPOA.
Can you explain real quick, just briefly, what the JCPOA
Yeah,
is?
it prevented them from enriching uranium past 3.67%.
And you're saying he
2030.
completely threw that away. He said no.
Yeah, Trump literally threw it away in 2018.
Was that because he thought
And
that
by
they
the way,
were
he calls Obama
secretly-
treasonous because he signed that deal.
So do you think Trump abolished that because maybe he thought Iran was planning? They were still making nuclear weapons on the low?
He signed off on the fact that they were not under his administration, and then he decided to pull out because he didn't like the idea that they could build up their money. Which, by the way, the agreement that he'll have to establish will allow for them to do so, and will have to give them money. So I promise you, he's going to have to make himself look horrible on that. At some point in time, whenever we get this negotiation to happen, that's going to happen, and he's going to literally have to eat his own shit.
So what happened when Iran was threatening the United States? Like, now what do we do as a country?
How were they threatening us under Biden?
They weren't, because they knew Biden wasn't going to do anything about it.
Wait, so they weren't?
So, no, they weren't. They weren't threatening us.
So
But
wait,
that
by the way,
doesn't
so
mean-
Biden led to them not threatening us. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So then, how do we prevent Iran from threatening us? Maybe we do what Biden did, or maybe we do what Obama did instead of what Trump's doing. Because apparently they're threatening us more under Trump. You just said.
Okay, so where do you feel like the United States began to join? Because I'll give you my idea. Because what I've seen was that at a certain point, Israel or Palestine was starting to lose badly, and that's when Iran wanted to jump in, and that's when the U.S. jumped in, and that's what I feel like that's what got us to here, is that in the beginning the two countries were
Losing
hashing
badly?
it out.
You mean like Israel was going in and just bombing up civilian areas, and like
Well,
not allowing
because
food to go
they
in?
were setting up their areas over there. They were setting up in
Oh,
areas.
don't even do that. Don't even
No,
do
well,
that.
my
What are you
brother
talking about?
physically saw it. My brother
So Hamas
flew
is
in a-
everywhere within Gaza?
So when my brother did go to Gaza, there is one thing that he did show
Your
me.
brother went to Gaza for, wait, as an IDF member?
No. They were off the coastline. But they were doing these surveillance flights that they do, because their primary job is communication warfare, jamming electronic systems and things like that. And they were
For the US?
basically, yes, the U.S. My brother's U.S.
Okay.
Navy.
I'm just curious.
But they were basically helping to make sure that this humanitarian support landed safely. That was the main goal of the
Okay.
mission that they were sent to.
Which
That was
Donald
what's on
Trump
us.
opposed at the time. That was a Democratic
And
policy.
when it did land, it was completely seized
Seized by who?
by Hamas.
By Hamas. Okay, so I just want you to know, with the humanitarian support, it was actually mainly taken by people who are just in the country who needed food.
That's
it.
the purpose.
How do you know that it was
absolutely.
Hamas that stole it?
They were all rifled up. There was people who, like, I have the GoPro.
That doesn't
maybe
mean
I
that they're
can-
Hamas.
So
do you actually think
are
that
they
means that they're
extremists
Hamas?
at that point? If they're not allowing their own people to get humanitarian support, like, I mean, they might not be Hamas, but at that point they are.
Wait, you know who was
extremists.
preventing humanitarian support from going in? Israel.
How do you know that?
How do we know that? Because there are plenty of reports upon this. Even Israeli
From
media has
who?
reported on this.
But can you talk to a civilian about it instead of media? Like, can you actually? Because I feel like nowadays media is so, like,
We
it's
have
hard
data,
to
media.
what
We
to
have the
trust.
UN reporting on this. Are you just not going to acknowledge any of that?
And that is zero bias, is what you're saying. There's absolutely zero bias there.
No, there's not. This is even from Israeli media.
That they intercepted their own. That Israel did that. Is what you're saying, that Israel stopped or hijacked the humanitarian support that they were receiving.
Yeah, they have prevented humanitarian aid from going in, from food from going in. Yes, that has been reported on. You should look that up.
Is it just on that side, or have both
You
sides
can find it
done
from
that?
AP News, or you can find it from Reuters. You can find it from Israeli state media, or not state media, Israeli media. Like, look up the Israel Times.
Has it happened in Israel too, though, or just on their side?
Has the preventing of food aid going into... No, there's not been prevented food aid from going into Israel.
So basically, Israel's just committing war crimes at that point.
Yeah, like literally, yeah. Wait, oh my God, you ran right into the point. Yes. Thank you.
No, yeah, I'm trying to understand, you know.
Yeah, that's actually 100% correct. Yes, they are. That's why there's an ICC and ICJ.
Because I do see that a lot of
for an investigation.
Israelis in that country don't like the leader, Ben Yahu, however you say it, but they don't like him. A lot of people in Israel just don't want what's happening over there, which I can agree. Like, we don't need to be fighting Israel's war. We don't need to be engaged there. But I feel like the only reason why we are there is because we have an embassy there. And if Israel was to get taken over, then we lose an embassy over there. And I feel like that's
there's
mainly
no
the
argument
only...
that Israel was going to get taken over. That's a ridiculous argument.
So you feel like if we never got in and involved ourselves, that Israel would have just handled it just fine by themselves?
I don't think that Israel would have handled it just fine themselves, but I don't think it would have been supported by us. And I think that we could have put international pressure on them to prevent engaging in the worst of the worst.
Because I feel like that's why Iran
I think that
wants
us funding them,
Iran.
I think us funding them prevents them from being held accountable on the international stage for anything that they do that would be deemed as a war crime or against the international community. So the U.S. needs to step back so the international community can actually uphold accountability.
Because I feel like a lot of other countries weren't respecting that war. Like, they saw Palestine was beginning to be at a disadvantage, and then that's where the threats started coming in from Iran, from Russia, and I feel like evidently that's what led us to step in, is because of the fact that other countries weren't allowed, because the U.S. didn't have intentions of entering to begin with. Like we were even when my brother's like, no, we're not planning to deploy. Like we're on standby. We're as of right now. They went out in the beginning of the Hamas war, Hamas and Israel, and they just surveillance. They were just on the coast watching, and then they went back. But I feel like it was the fact that Iran wanted to start getting involved and helping them that made it get worse.
Okay, so I don't know what the whole point you're trying to make here is. Is your whole point that we need to go to war with Iran and that
No,
we
I
need
feel
to
like
fight
that's
these
what-
wars on behalf of Israel, or?
That's why we're there, is because of the fact that the two countries someone had to want to step in, because the U.S. didn't step in first. Like we weren't boots on that. We weren't anywhere close when it happened. But it's the same thing when Iran started losing. Now there are other countries that are willing to support Iran, and it's kind of like a domino effect at that point, you know?
Okay, so I would definitely argue that we're in a worse off position now. Can you name one material benefit that we've had since the beginning of the war?
With Iran?
Yeah, for the U.S.
Oh, for the U.S.? No, I could only think about just the Iranians being freed from the Islamic Republic. That's the only benefit that I feel.
The IRGC is still in power, bro.
Well, I mean, that's the point
What are you
of us being
talking
there,
about,
is
bro?
to free them, is so that women don't have to wear hijabs over there.
Yeah,
Women can.
Wait, I'm sorry. You understand that that's still enforced by the IRGC, right?
Well, why else are we at war over there if we're not trying to overthrow that?
They're not doing regime change there. They don't have the capacity to do that.
But isn't that what's been propaganded? Is that's the point of going?
They
to
use
Iran,
that
is
as
to
propaganda
get rid
to
of the
engage
regime?
in the war.
So what was the if they
Are you
killed every
constantly going to buy
military
that
leader-
lie, man? Like, I'm sorry, our success rate for bringing back regime change in these countries is so
well, why
horrible.
were people in Iran celebrating then, man?
Because the Ayatollah's not there. Like, you can celebrate the Ayatollah not being there and then also realize that it's not changing out the regime.
Someone said, "What fake news are you watching?" Yeah, man. Like I genuinely when I've seen the stuff happen in Iran, I've seen comments from both sides on social media, off social media. I seen a lot of Iranians happy, a lot of them.
Okay, yeah, and you can be happy that the Ayatollah's gone there, but that doesn't mean that there's going to be total regime change. Do you understand?
So you're saying it will never happen? There won't be at all.
There's no good reason to believe that we're going to do regime change. In order to do regime change, you'd have to do boots on the ground.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, do you
And
support
we
boots on the
haven't
ground in
done that.
Iran?
No, that's too much casualty.
Okay, so then you don't support regime change in Iran.
Yeah, if that's the only way, but I mean, because I mean, we don't necessarily, the United States is fine. We don't need to get involved in other people's business because we don't need to lose American lives just because another country has gotten a shit, you know? Like, I 100% back that up, because if we wanted to be that country, Mexico would not have a cartel. The United States would just go in there, get rid of them, because I've heard from many military, like if the United States
Don't give
wanted to
Trump
get rid of them-
ideas, please. Please don't give Trump
No, but I'm
ideas.
saying if the United States this is in 2018. I had this argument with the CB, which is like kind of like a special warfare job in the military. And he was telling me if the United States wanted to, they could, but they don't. They basically on the ground they allow the cartels to work because it doesn't interfere with us. It feeds a lower population. It brings money, so they don't. But if hypothetically we did, we could. Like, there's no doubt that the United States can make Mexico a safe place again. But it's like not our place to do it. Same thing with Iran. Like, I believe that it's not our place to be helping out.
Yeah,
but there's
so
like a part of
if you
humanity.
don't believe it's our
where-
place in Mexico, then it definitely isn't our place in Iran. So then why are
Yeah,
you don't
but there's
support
that
the war
part
with
where we
Iran,
draw
right?
the line with humanity. Is like, do we feel okay not help, like with the fact that we're not helping them when we know we have the power to help them?
We
And
don't.
I feel like
at
that's
this point, we don't. We don't have the power to just do this forever, dude. With every country around the world, I'm sorry, it's delusional to believe that we can just do this forever. It's gonna lead to us destroying ourselves. Okay, we have got to stop doing this shit. It is unbelievable. Like, seriously, think about it. Like, how much we're in debt right now because we've been engaging in this exact same thinking. How much we've sold
Yeah.
away the children the next generation's futures because of this.
Yeah, I mean, we're one of the few countries that people just willingly enlist into this military, and we have people that are willing to.
Wait, we're the ones inheriting this, sir. So, like, I mean, can you acknowledge that we don't want to make this even worse than it already is for us?
Yeah, I can acknowledge that.
You're at the end of World War II wanting to start wars after we're at, like, the World War II level debt.
I feel it's just 9/11 messed everything up, man, because we weren't at a time of war until that happened. And
Well,
since
I mean,
then,
there
America
was
was never the
constant. Wait,
same.
I'm sorry, but like that's true, but to some extent. But it's also true that the U.S. has been engaging in military intervention and operations around the entire world since after World War II. Okay.
Yeah, that's something Karyaku said too. Like they've never stopped.
I mean, so the level of war that in terms of that has caused us to go into this debt, that's been since 9/11. I'm not disputing that, but the point that we're making broadly is that U.S. military intervention isn't just through that, and has also led to worse off conditions historically.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Matt.
All right. Well, at this point, do you still support Trump?
I don't support him 100%. I really don't.
If the election were held today, would you either vote for Trump, not vote, or vote for Harris?
Man, it's still very hard for me, man. Honestly, like it'd be something that I really have to dive into myself, because genuinely it's been a while since I've read, not watched stuff, but read my own articles, read stuff, because like genuinely when it comes time to vote is when which sounds bad, but I feel like most Americans don't even take the time to do their own study. But most of the times when I do my own studying, as I study at the time of elections, how everything that's built up to that point, and then I make my decision, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we've had a conversation for the last hour. Has that at all influenced the information that you've had to be able to make that
absolutely
determination?
has. It's shined a lot of light to things, because there are policies and stuff that you would like to see that I agree with. I feel like we should have free healthcare. We should have access to benefits and resources that other countries like Australia,
Wait, you agree with democratic policy in ideology, just not like you don't want to say that you do believe it.
No, I do, because that's what I said. Like I support a lot of the things. It's just I just did not like Kamala. Like that was it. I just was not a fan.
But you
of
can't
Kamala.
even tell us why, dude. I think you have KDS. You have KDS, actually, Kamala derangement syndrome. Okay.
Yeah.
And come on, you can't tell me anything. Seriously.
Well, dude, it's like 4 years of her being a vice president. Like.
And what did she do that you disagree with? Name one thing.
I don't know, the borders, man. Like border. She was.
What about the border?
The bottom line, man, is that in 4 years, I felt no change. That's all it was. That doesn't mean she did stuff or didn't do stuff. It's just the fact that I just felt like nothing changed.
One, she was vice president. Two, they passed some of the most unprecedented levels of legislation in the modern era. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Safer Community Act, the Violence Against Women Act. There's countless things I can point to in terms of legislation that they passed. They had unprecedented levels of bipartisan legislation passed.
What about what was Kamala's take on minors being able to have sex changes?
Kamala Harris does not support minors being able to get access to those types of surgeries. That's not true.
So where was that going around media then? Like where did that come
That was
around?
just Trump fear mongering, Republicans fear mongering.
So has it ever been legal? Has it ever been legal for minors to have that?
Nope.
Never.
No.
Why were there been debates of people wanting that as a Democrat?
Practically no one argues for that. It's propaganda.
You sure? I swear I could have saw like a debate with
You'll be able to
about
find
something.
like 1% of the population believes in that, dude. Like there's practically no one you'll ever meet in your life will ever say that. It's really hard to even find that on the internet.
Because it's like in general, like I feel like if that was a thing where people are making that healthcare wise, like would that be something that would be out of pocket or something that we would have to pay our tax dollars up for to support? Genuinely.
No, the
Like,
tax dollars are not going to minors getting gender reassignment
no,
surgery.
no, no. But I'm saying in general, like just for adults too.
It's not even going for adults. Adults aren't getting gender reassignment surgery either from the taxpayers.
So that's what I'm asking. Is it completely an out-of-pocket expense that they have to pay for?
Yes.
Perfect. Like the thing is like I don't want my money to go to something like that. Not because I don't support it, but it's like it's something that's
Your
not
money
necessary.
isn't going to that.
No, exactly, exactly, and that's why I asked the question is because I wanted clarification on that.
Okay,
you know?
okay, so like,
Because-
what does she support that's so horrible and evil? Like, you can't support her, dude. Like, I've literally told you, Donald Trump has protected pedophiles in the Epstein files. He's like literally a adjudicated rapist. Like, is there anything you can point to that Kamala Harris has done that's at all comparable to that?
If I want to give you my at most complete opinion why, it's solely because I don't believe that Kamala was pro-Palestine. Was she or was she not? Genuine, it's a question. Was she or was she not pro-Palestine?
I wouldn't argue that she was. I would argue that she considers Palestinians like humanitarian aid for them to a greater extent than like what Republicans do. But I would argue she's still pro-Israel. But you know that Trump isn't
I feel like at that
pro-Palestine, right?
point, I feel like if that's genuinely true, then I don't have a reason not to support it because I feel like the biggest thing is like, as a whole, not everyone in the United States is religious. Like I am, you know, I totally completely believe that, you know, Israel is doomed. They have their own punishment, but it's up to God to punish them, you know, and to me, I feel like anyone that's against them is against God. It's just more of like a moral belief.
How am I against God?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
I'm anti-Israel. The reason why I'm anti-Israel is because I'm against a settler colonial state, specifically that relies upon I can't speak right now. That relies upon what's it called? Supremacy, Jewish supremacy under law, where it specifically establishes an ethno-state. Sorry, I couldn't get that out for some reason. So I disagree with ethno-states.
Yeah, I believe that.
Is that like fucked up of me to disagree with ethno-states?
Absolutely not.
Is that anti-God to disagree with an ethno-state?
I feel like if it ended up leading to a war with Israel, then I feel like if a president ever led us to be that far against Israel, we're having to be at war with them, I feel like that's where I would draw the line. And I feel like that's where I thought it was going to go with Kamala, but apparently
so Kamala doesn't have that position, but like my position, right? I disagree with any country existing as an ethno-state. Countries can exist, but not as ethno-states. That's my position, right? Do you think that position, right, would meet that criteria for you?
Oh, like your position of what? That you're not supporting that stuff? Is that what you're saying?
I disagree with ethno-states existing, okay? Countries can exist, but not as ethno-states.
And Israel is one of those ethno-states.
Yes, it's literally in the Israeli constitution.
Is Ukraine
that
an
it's a Jewish
ethno-state, or is that their own thing? Like they're their own country?
No, I don't think that. I mean, if it's designated under the law as an ethno-state, I would disagree with that. Any country that has designated under the law as an ethno-state, I think that that's wrong.
Because geographically, back then, Israel they used to have their own land. They used to have it, and then they lost it. And then for years and years after that, they were just scattered everywhere. Poland, Austria, Germany. And, you know, I feel like just like every other country, United States, every country has freaking invaded and colonized, you know? Like every big country.
And that's wrong.
It is wrong.
It
is, but that's why we're here in
This is
America.
what outlines my position. It's wrong to have ethno-states, right? Everyone should have equal rights, every person, right? And I don't believe you should steal from other people. I don't think you should steal their land, kick them out of areas in which they reside in. I think you should recognize sovereignty. Those are my positions. Okay? Do you think that is going to be so bad that you wouldn't, like, if a candidate held that view, that you wouldn't be willing to support them?
Well, because it's hard to think about. Because how else did the United States become a country? How else?
Wait.
did we become?
I don't think that the creation of the United States of America was justified.
But we're still here, and no one's doing anything.
You
about
know,
it.
because in order to do that, they do mass slaughter indigenous people, right? the mass
Yes.
murder of indigenous people.
Same thing with Mexico. I mean, Mexico was slaughtered by the French,
And that's
you know,
bad,
but
and
it
none of
is
that is
bad, but that's
justified.
history.
So we can acknowledge that we can still exist as a country today, right? Where we want to establish equal rights for everybody, and we can acknowledge that what led to the creation of our country was evil and horrible and bad,
Absolutely,
right?
you know. And the same thing what happened in Israel. Like they invaded, they did what they weren't supposed to, but they won a war, and now they're there. So
Okay.
it's like now that the freedom is established there, why are they trying to take it back? You know, it's the same thing. Like what if the Indians now
confused what you mean.
want Native Americans want to have a war with us, or
Indigenous Americans,
if
yeah.
Indigenous Americans, I'm sorry, or you know, like China wants to take over the Philippines again, you know, because they think that's their land.
You mean Taiwan?
Taiwan, yes, Taiwan. So it's like all
Yeah.
these, like all of a sudden, like you know,
We're not saying, yeah, there's no justification, right, specifically for going and violently stealing land from other people.
but who's
do
gonna
we
stop
agree?
us? Like, who's gonna stop another country from doing that?
Who's
Someone
going to
wants
stop
land.
us is such a disgusting thing to say. That's like,
No,
dude,
but I'm saying for other countries, if China wants another country, what are they gonna like? They're just gonna go and do it.
that doesn't
You know?
justify them doing it, though. You have to understand.
No,
we're talking about
absolutely not.
Hey, dude,
But-
we're talking about morals and ethics right now, okay?
Yes.
And I'm talking about what we agree with, what we disagree with, okay? You know what? I'm done with this conversation. You said that you had no reason to not support Kamala Harris. I'm gonna go on to the next person.
Okay, man. Have a good day. Thank you for
You
talking.
as well. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. I have some people to thank real quick. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let me make sure to catch up completely real quick. Do give me one quick second. That was over an hour. That was a really long conversation. Fossey, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're totally right with that. Thank you so much, Fossey. I appreciate the $6. Thank you. Justina, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I definitely feel a lot better today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Marius, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $3. Brooke, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Michael, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Good morning to you as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I did hear about that. I did hear about that one. And then also, thank you so much, Ryan, for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I definitely feel a lot better than I did yesterday. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have some more people to thank over on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person up here before I do so. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes here on TikTok. You can tap the screen as many times as you want. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are
I'm
you?
19, so
Do you
I'm
support
19.
Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
Not really. I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist, so.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
18th of June, 2005.
You said you're 18?
Yeah.
Nice math. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go on to this next individual. I have some people to thank real quick, actually. Let me just catch up real quick. Let me catch up. Sirius, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I definitely am better today. Gaz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Keone, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Seriously, though, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's funny. Omega, thank you so much for the $10. Steam, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day then. As well as Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I think I saw that one earlier, actually. Gay Uncles, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Since MAGA's dying slowly, do you and Dean want to expand the cadence of shows so that when a MAGA finally dissolves, you can continue great work keeping the progressive movement moving? Absolutely. I'm going to make sure to do that right after. We're going to be doing like why do you support Republicans? So that's what it's going to be after midterms, especially. Ava, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. It would be way too hard to do that for the amount of people that I have up on a daily basis. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. And then Omega, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Kathy, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You said, hey Parker, do you have any other channels on YouTube, or are they fake? No, I only have my one channel here on YouTube. There are other people that post my stuff that I have seen recently. None of that's me. It's all like people who are just reposting my stuff and whatnot. So. Janae, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Pazzo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Janae, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Hugo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Bridget, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So DT signed an EO criminalizing flag burning despite SCOTUS ruling that it's protected free speech. Whether I agree or not, I still stand 10 toes down your right to do it. Abusing one's right jeopardizes them all. Very true. Thank you so much, Bridget. Mad Scramble, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's true. Thank you very much. Abby, thank you for the $10. Pedro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you for the $2. And then also, thank you for the Kira, thank you for the $2. And Tiffany, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the membership subscriptions. Kathy, thank you so much. And Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the membership subscriptions as well. Alrighty, let's get on to this next individual real quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, if you're a Trump supporter, send a guest request. If you support the streams, make sure to tap that screen or hit that thumbs up on the YouTube stream. It will help push it out to more people. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Janet.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody.
What the hell?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I did not mean to join this.
By the way, let me know, for the YouTube chat, let me know what the name of the spammer, and I can make sure to get rid of them, because I do see people complaining about them. Let me get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hey, how's it going?
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2006. I just had my birthday.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I just honestly think he's doing really good at what he's doing right now. I think the border access is pretty good. I think the war in Iran is justified, or what we're doing in Iran is justified. And generally, I think it's just good for the economy right now, and yeah.
Okay. Can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
Well, right now, just because of the war in Iran, nothing's good for our economy-wise because it's just started. And I would also like to say about you were debating with this guy earlier.
Have they been made worse off?
Like
the economy?
Right now, right now the economy's pretty bad. Like the gas prices are going up, houses are going up. But honestly, I just wanted to point out one thing. You said we were in debt because of the war in Iran. Am I wrong?
No, not just that. I'm saying the wars, the constant perpetual wars in the Middle East.
Do you know why that is?
Do I know why that is?
Yeah.
Ooh, I just told you.
Okay, well, do you know why we go to war over there? Like Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq.
Enlighten us with what you think the reasoning is.
Okay, well, my reasoning is my father went to Afghanistan. He did 3 tours, and he told me he told me the main reason is because when we went over there, we were getting oil and stuff like that for the first main reason, oil and gold.
Okay, so steal natural
And
resources.
well, we had permission over there. We had the embassy over there.
And if we're economically benefiting from this as a whole country and not just those specific companies, how come we're so much in debt?
Well, because when we got pulled out of Afghanistan, we left billions of dollars worth of equipment over there, tanks, helicopters, weapon
For the
caches.
Afghan government to defend themselves against the Taliban.
No, you
Yeah.
know mainly all that resources actually went to the Taliban.
Yeah, because the Taliban
they got
took
it
it
through
over
first.
when they took over the government.
Yep.
Yeah, so
And
that was the Afghan
the-
government's weapons to defend themselves. Are you saying you would have left nothing for the Afghan government to defend themselves?
I would have. Well, if we were gonna pull out of there, I wouldn't just. The way Biden did it was he just upped everyone and left. We
Oh,
should
that's
have
just
done-
not true.
taken more
So
time
Trump is the one
to-
who set up the agreement. Biden followed through with it, but before he did so, he actually extended the agreement to give them more time to leave.
Well, I wouldn't say we leave everything at bases. I would say we actually drop off at a location where the Afghani government can actually consume all of our resources.
They did.
Well, that's the thing.
You think the
they
military
did,
didn't think of these things?
But here's the thing: the Taliban was more trained than actual normal civilians. When my father was trained in A&A and doing all that, he was.
Okay, so what's your
what is that
point here?
word? Well, I'm just saying that we should have done it way smarter than what Biden
Okay,
did.
and how should we have done it differently?
Okay, so we should have took more time with it and not just
Which is exactly what Biden did comparative to Trump. Trump set it up so that the agreement would have ended earlier. Biden extended the agreement so that they left later on. You actually just conceded Biden did the right thing.
No, he just up the way he did it was stupid.
Yeah, but you have yet to actually justify that.
Well, okay. So he. Oh, what is that? Trying to think. Okay, never mind. I forgot it. It's I'm just saying I forgot what I was gonna tell you because I've been in here for like an hour. The main reason why I'm saying this is because like the war in Iran, I'm saying is justified because first, they're not supposed to have nuclear weapons, and they were never supposed to have nuclear weapons. And second of all, the reason why we're bombing Iran right now is because of the fact that they said, I don't know if I can say that on live.
Trump
I'm
got
not
them
gonna say
closer
it.
to a nuclear weapon. Did you know that?
How come?
He pulled out of the JCPOA.
That was preventing them to get uranium.
Enriched uranium past 3.67%, which is the civilian usage level.
No one should have access to uranium, not even civilians.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You don't
Uranium.
think we need nuclear power?
Not normal civilians. I'm
Yes, they
talking
do.
Factory nuclear facility. Why would a normal civilian need uranium?
No, civilian usage for electricity. Nuclear power produces the electricity for normal civilian use.
Yeah, but I
So
was
the,
talking
the,
about
the,
uranium.
the having the enriched uranium at that level is for normal civilian use of electricity.
Well, that can also concede into nuclear weapons.
No, not until you get to 90% enrichment of uranium. And if we have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities, then that's going to mean that they then can't, they then can't build it up to 90%, which would be necessary to weaponize it. So they registered with the IAEA. They had surveillance, unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. You know who pulled us out of that? Trump.
Well, first of all, the reason my take on it is when they started building nuclear facilities is that they wanted to use it for bad ways. I don't know what I can say on live and what I can't, but
Originally, and then we set up an agreement with them to prevent them from doing so. So we had surveillance over their facilities. And then Trump pulled us out of that, and then they started building it up again.
And then we bombed it. I think that's
And then we bombed it because Trump couldn't get an agreement done. And then he started a war with Iran, which, by the way, hasn't prevented them from getting a nuke at all. So again, we're in a worse position right now than we were originally under the JCPOA that Trump had not Trump, that Trump pulled us out of, specifically about 8 years ago.
Okay. I would agree with him taking on that because I don't think Muslim law or what they do over there is completely justifiable to have nukes.
He got them closer to a nuke, my guy. And by the way, there are plenty of countries that have Muslim majority that have nukes. There are plenty of Muslim majority countries with nukes. The specific issue here is the IRGC getting nukes.
Wait, what Muslim countries have nukes?
Do you think Pakistan is a Muslim majority country?
Okay, well,
No, I'm just asking the question. Do you think Pakistan is a Muslim majority country?
I would say 50-50, yeah.
Okay. So do they have a nuke?
I don't know. I haven't done research on Pakistan.
Yes.
Okay. But we had more setbacks with Iran in the past.
Okay, so it's specifically the IRGC. It's not Muslims. It's the IRGC. The typing is crazy, bro. Come on. Can you just acknowledge that it's the IRGC? It's not Muslims.
Okay, what about the ROGC?
It's the IRGC who we want to prevent from getting nukes, not just Muslims in general. So the IRGC specifically, we're talking about this.
Whoa.
Okay, why do we want to prevent them from getting nukes? Well, because we think that obviously it would be worse off for tensions or things like that. Now, there are some political scientists that would argue that it would actually be better off for tensions. It would reduce the likelihood of Israel engaging in conflict towards Iran, which inevitably could lead to more peace in the region. But we aren't sure about that. There's a risk on that. So there is some sort of notion specifically with saying, like, oh, I want to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons. But who actually prevented them from getting nuclear weapons to a greater extent? Was it the Democrats or the Republicans here? Definitely the Democrats. The JCPOA did it to a greater extent. So you can't say, oh, I support Trump because I think that he's preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon, because actually they were prevented from getting a nuclear weapon to a greater extent by the Democrats rather than Trump, without as many economic costs. Like, did Obama lead to the Strait of Hormuz being closed? Did Obama do that? No? He established the JCPOA without having that happen? Seems like these economic costs are now not necessary. And actually, you want to hear something very interesting? This is a really funny video. I love playing this video. One of my favorite videos, actually. Take a listen here.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Ironically enough, what happened? He started the war with Iran because he couldn't negotiate. And who negotiated and didn't have to start a war? Obama. So he said this about Obama, and inevitably it was true about him and not Obama. And Obama actually got the negotiation done, and Trump is utterly failing.
Okay, so Trump has done negotiations in the past that actually succeeded.
Name one.
What?
Name one. Off the top of your head.
The Taliban.
The Taliban, you mean to pull out of Afghanistan that you said you disagreed with?
I didn't say I disagreed with it. I said we should have done it smarter.
Well, you said we should have pulled out as early. Biden extended the deal. We would have pulled out earlier under Trump's deal.
Yeah, but he would have done it smarter by... I can't really name how he would have done it smarter because I don't know anything about the military.
So then how do you know he would have done it smarter?
Well, because the way Biden did it was he put everything into the government's hands, of the Afghanis government's hands, and then the Taliban overpowered that government.
Yeah, and
But
why
here's the
was it
thing,
left
if
up to the
Trump
Afghan
would've done
government?
it-
Because we were leaving. Trump's deal was to leave. The same thing would have happened under Trump's deal.
Well,
Come
no,
on,
because
bro.
we would
You
have
just
trained.
brought
we would
up
have
the
trained A&A.
deal.
We would have trained A&A. We would have trained A&A to protect the caches.
They
and
did that.
protect The
They
government.
did that.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Well, what do you think we were doing there for the past fucking 20 years, dude?
We would have trained more A&A.
They had the time to do that through Trump's entire first administration. So the training would have happened underneath the Biden administration? What? They did that.
What A&A is?
What?
Do you know what an A&A is?
A&A? I'm assuming
Yes.
that was you referencing like the government, right? That was taking control within the context of Afghanistan.
No.
What are you referencing?
The A&A that
the Afghanistan National
soldiers
Army.
that help. Yes.
So exactly what I just said you were referencing?
You said the government. A&A is civilians trained by the U.S. Army.
Yeah, and that's who was going to be controlling the government, right? So the military fights on behalf of the government, okay? So when I'm saying that they're training the government, they were training the military that is enforcing the government's will. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I was right.
What was that? Oh my god, I keep forgetting.
Yeah. So what negotiations is
okay,
Trump really
hold on.
good at? Because he didn't end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He hasn't got a deal done with Iran.
Well, because the only reason why he didn't end the Russian-Ukraine war within 24 hours is because the Ukrainian president said he wouldn't want to stop the fight because then Russia would win.
It's almost like that would be necessary for a negotiation, is that you get both sides to agree to terms. And Trump said he could do it in 24 hours. So you're saying he just
Russia
couldn't get the
agreed,
deal
Ukraine
done? No
didn't.
shit. And Russia
Russia
did
agreed,
not.
Ukraine
And also,
didn't.
by the way, that's just bullshit. You know that Russia is the one that wouldn't come to the table for an agreement. Okay? They're only willing to accept total domination in the area and or no
do you know why the
security
Russian-Ukraine
concerns
war
established
started?
for Ukraine.
Do you know why the Russian-Ukrainian war started?
Because Putin wants to take over Ukraine, because he
No.
thinks that Ukraine should be a part of Russia, because he thinks that the Soviet Union should be established by Russia.
No.
He uses all these fake justifications like, oh, they're encroaching upon our borders with NATO, or oh,
That's
they
not
have
even close.
Nazis in the
Ukraine-
government that are controlling everything, so we
No,
should
no,
go in and
no.
take out those Nazis. Like that's literally like all the bullshit propaganda they use. But
Ukraine was trafficking women and children. They were doing
you
drug
see what I
smuggling.
mean?
They were that is what they were doing. So Putin,
And
Russia
what's the
started to
source?
investigate it.
What's the source? Russia? Is your source Russia? The Kremlin?
No, so they were
So what's
they
the
were
source?
trafficking. They were
What's the source, bro? Do you think Russia's the good guy?
I'm not saying anyone's good or bad.
What, you can't say that Russia's bad? Like what, you can't say what Putin's bad?
No country's amazing, dude.
So do you think the invasion of Ukraine was wrong?
No.
So we got a pro
you wanna-
Putin Trump
so
supporter on the live right now. Pro
Hold on.
Putin Trump
This is-
supporter
hold on.
who argues that it's
This is-
justified that Russia invaded Ukraine.
Well, because as soon as,
Trust me, bro.
Russia started to
Russia.
investigate-
Dot Kremlin.
The reason why
Trust
Ukraine
me,
didn't want to
bro.
be part of
Russia.
Russia because
Dot
Russia started
Kremlin
to
is the source.
investigate.
Everybody.
Russia started to investigate Ukraine, and then the Ukrainian president said no, because the Ukrainian president is dirty.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm waiting. What was the source that you had provided? We're waiting
I don't
for
know
your
how to provide a
source.
source to you.
Wait, you don't have to provide a source for me? Interesting. That's what everyone says when they don't have a source. You're literally being sympathetic to Russia invading Ukraine, my guy.
Well, yes, because there was drug trafficking and sex trafficking of women and children.
And what's your source? And also, by the way, isn't that true in a bunch of different countries around the world that you don't think should be invaded? That exists within our country, right?
Say that again?
That exists within our country, right?
No, say the whole thing again.
Does that exist within our country, right?
Does it exist within our country?
Yeah, all of the things that you just said existed in Ukraine as a justification for Russia invading Ukraine. Do all of those things exist within our country?
What, drug trafficking and sex trafficking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so would it be justified for Russia to invade the United States?
They can't.
Wait, would it be justified is the question.
Well, no.
No? Okay, so why is it justified to invade Ukraine but not the U.S.?
Because Russia was a part of Ukraine. Or Ukraine was a part of Russia. Ukrainians literally speak Russian. It's not Ukrainian, it is Russian.
Do you see? Dude, do you get this right from the Kremlin? You ran right into my point. Do you realize, chat? He ran right into my point. What is the reason why Russia wanted to go in and take Ukraine? Well, because Putin thinks that Ukraine is a part of Russia and wants to recreate the Soviet Union. You now just proved my point by trying to engage in Russian propaganda, you Russian sympathizing weirdo. You're a loser, dude.
If it wasn't a part
You're a loser. You're literally
if
trying to defend Putin going in and stealing Ukrainian land because it used to be a part of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union doesn't exist today, bro.
it was still a part of the Union. Well, it was still part of Russia. And then he separated from Russia before the war even started. So if he wasn't a part of Russia, why did he say, I don't want to be a part of Russia?
Sir, the Soviet Union does not exist.
I know. It is just
So
Russia.
if the Soviet Union does not exist, how can you argue? It's not that the Ukraine was a part of Russia. It's that the Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union. Okay? Do you agree? Oh,
say that again.
You got a guess what type of flag that you just got?
I don't know.
Misinformation. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Misinformation flag. Look at that. So surprising. I didn't expect that one coming. Totally not expected, actually, everybody. Look at that. The Russian sympathizing misinformation loser got removed from the stream for engaging in misinformation. Surprising, right? So surprising. So surprising. What can I say? Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here. Sorry, I needed to do that real quick just to ensure that it wasn't expanded. All right, let's go to the next individual. Oh my fucking god! No way. Hold up. Is this Beta Brad?
What's up? Sure is. Sure is. But more important,
Are you still happy to be you still happy to be Beta by your own admission?
as long as I'm not as beta as you, yes.
Okay, so what makes me Beta?
Well, I think the best way you'll find out is every time you get oppositions here, next time you get any opposition, just ask them, hey, who do you think's more beta, Dean or me? That'll give you your answer.
No, I'm asking you. Why do you think that I am Beta?
I understand, but sometimes everything can't be explained to somebody. Sometimes you just gotta, walk the walk the road to get a real feel for it. So yeah, if you really want to know the answer to that, ask your opposition what they perceive you.
So you're saying that you don't have the capacity to explain it?
Correct.
That sounds pretty Beta, bro.
Well, let's find out. Let's see how well
you just said is true about me.
Yeah, let's find out how good you are at describing things. So, what do you think of Nick Shirley these days? To get an idea of how you sum people up.
Let's just say the smartest Trump supporter that we've ever actually seen. Everybody, the guy's so intelligent. Actually, I've never seen someone more intelligent. It's unbelievable.
Is Nick Shirley still a fake to you?
Still a what?
Is he still a fake? Is he what he did in Minnesota? Do you still disavow that work? Do you think he was just a charlatan?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think he did anything beneficial, and I think that he just led to worse off conditions, more violence, more hatred. And so, yeah, I would say that he didn't do better off with any of his work.
Cut that distracted from the narrative that all migrants are good migrants, right?
No, because it led to U.S. citizens literally being murdered in broad daylight.
Oh, I would argue that's
and
more
it being justified by the Trump administration.
I think I would argue that was more of your guys' fault than anybody else. But
How so?
if you thought that Renee was justified to suddenly put her car in gear while being given commands, I would argue that's
They told
big
her
lack of
they
judgment.
gave her a lawful order to leave. She ended up leaving, and then they gave her an unlawful order to get out of the vehicle. She followed the lawful order rather than following the unlawful order. She was driving away from the agent. The agent would not have gotten hit, especially if he decided to take a step back. He decided to plant his feet and reach for his gun before she even started moving forward. Okay, Beta Brad, you have no clue what you're talking about, and now you're going to justify the bullshit that the Trump administration tried to engage in to try to literally justify the murder of deaths of the murder of Americans.
Only a naive child could possibly believe that. Only an incompetent person would look at that still.
Are you talking about yourself, sir?
No, I'm definitely referring to you.
It sounds like you're talking about yourself.
However, if you think that you can basically use the amount of RPMs that Renee did in a parking lot and you won't get any eyes like flashing at you, or if you think when somebody's in the vicinity of a 90-degree angle in front of you and you suddenly hit the RPMs that fast from a stop, yeah, sure. I'm going to say your judgment is lacking. Everything Renee did was fine up until she put that car in motion. And anybody with half a brain could realize that, which is why I'm actually glad you guys still bring up Renee, because it keeps exposing your guys' ignorance to the wiser part of this country.
It's crazy that you didn't even watch the video and see that she was turning to the right away from the agent. You didn't even see that there was no imminent threat of serious bodily
I also
harm.
love that he's mute and he doesn't realize it.
Sorry, I apologize. I do that because you have a little bit of feedback. So you have to understand that you're not considering that she was turning away from the agent, right? And that there was literally.
I'm very aware of it.
Can I please finish?
There's no reason to, because it's a moot point. I'm very aware of it.
I'm literally still finishing my points. Can you be quiet?
Yeah, but your points are moot.
Would you like me to do this to you the whole stream?
Yeah, isn't that what you do?
No, I was being nice to you. I was letting you speak, was I not?
Yeah, but the lesser baby's going to capitulate to the.
Leonie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much, Leonie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, it's absolutely insane, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Leonie. Logan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Esther, thank you so much for the $5. And Denisha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You're funny for that one. Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Alex in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm not actually sure. Oh my god, I'll have to find that. Alex. That's so funny that you found that. Elizabeth as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? Below room 10. Keanu, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Pedro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much.
So, Nick Shirley.
Hey, Beta Brad, before you speak, can you thank all the donors for sending me donations?
Yes, thank you for donating to this charlatan. It's the best. I mean, just like with televangelists, succouring the religious, I'm okay with, this guy succouring.
Candace, thank you for the galaxy. So you think I'm succouring religious people?
No, you weren't paying attention. You're succouring your movement while televangelists were
how so?
succouring their movement.
How am I, quote unquote, succouring my movement?
Well, you've already kind of proven it basically by telling people, hey guys, what Renee did was fine, and you should be fine too if you did the same thing. If you want to go out and direct traffic, as long as there's a lane open, that's fine to do. If you are being given a command, i.e.,
since we were just cutting people off, I'm just saying that she was murdered, and that it was unjustified for the agents to do that. You're saying agents should just be able to shoot people for no fucking reason without there being an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario to any person. You think it's justified just for agents to shoot people. So that's actually the type of accountability that you're creating for law enforcement officers.
Whereas
I'm saying that she just wasn't murdered.
Way you're portraying.
Hey, Beta Brad. Be quiet, bud. Remember, you are the one that's going to be cut off at any point in time, because you have to deal with.
I just done my card an agent to. Oh, now it's okay to kill anybody.
Can't hear you. Fit Dad, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Someone can use some W's down in the comment section right now. Thank you. They said Beta Brad sounds out of breath every line. Maybe it's because he's exhausted of his own BS. Seriously though, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Fit Dad CEO. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's a bit brutal.
Yeah, I do like pushing your morality to the limit. Like Hassan and
Rodney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know what? We should call him Delta, actually. He's
who
Delta.
did a better job of reporting on Cuba, Nick Shirley or Hassan Piker?
Who does a better job? I would probably say Hassan Piker.
You say Hassan Piker did a better job of showing the plight of the people of Cuba. So in other words, you didn't even actually watch the videos, did you?
No, I think that Hassan Piker does a better job at explaining what's happening than Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley has no clue what's going on.
In Cuba.
Yes. And also, by the way, I don't think Hassan Piker's historical analysis is always the greatest. There are plenty of criticisms I have there, but Nick Shirley has no clue what he's talking about. Nick Shirley is lost, bro.
I'm
sure that Nick Shirley couldn't pass a 6th grade mathematics exam. I'm serious. I promise you, I could give him any typical 6th grade mathematics exam, and he'd fail it. I promise you.
And
any 6th grade history class, I promise you, he'd fail the test.
And do you think in any way you can compare to Foots on the ground reporting the way this man does? You think you in any way come even close to that?
I provide way more I provide way more truthful information than Nick Shirley does.
Wow, you've really proven that through our little back and forth just now. Renee Good, yeah, she didn't do anything. Renee Good did nothing to put herself in the position she was in. Nick Shirley did a less job in Cuba, which clearly shows you don't even know you probably didn't watch either video about the current status of Cuba. And you're probably thinking everything was great over there until America, put its little nose in Cuba. So again,
not everything was great, but also the U.S. has made it worse.
I don't doubt that, but you're trying to make it sound like Hassan really got a good vibe. But again, you clearly didn't watch the video, so I don't even know why I'm discussing that with you. But I do like that you
describe what I don't know about the video. Then
sure, tell me what Hassan, who he
interviewed. No, don't shift
interview.
the burden. Answer my question.
Yeah, you literally said Hassan did a better job of reporting in Cuba. I would ask you how many people did you see?
Basics of how Nick Shirley did a better job.
He actually went to multiple people, talked to him in their language, and actually had foot on the ground as opposed to just being in a fucking hotel and then showing up at parties for his interviews. You have to be fucking a moron to, first of all, you've even made that claim. I understand if you're like trying to piss me off.
Did Hassan talk to people on the ground?
The way Nick Shirley did? No.
Wait. So what do you mean the way that Nick Shirley did?
As in, Nick Shirley went to multiple citizens, talked to them in their language, actually report on it.
Do you think that did Hassan talk to any citizens? Did Hassan talk to any citizens?
At two places, a party and in the location.
Wait, so just to clarify, he did talk to citizens. You're just mad.
And what did he ask him, Parker?
Oh, now it's what did he ask him? What did he ask him? So,
what?
You see how the goalpost constantly is moving? It's that Nick Shirley talked to people, and now it's that Hassan did talk to people. He didn't talk to people about the things that you like.
Hassan ask?
Wait, Brad, you answer. What did he talk about that you think that Nick Shirley talked about?
The fucking conditions of the fucking island, dipshit.
Yeah, I think Hassan asked those questions about the conditions of the island.
Then name one fucking thing he asked, you fucking moron, because I clearly can.
He asked people about the conditions on the island.
You're a fucking retard. You're a literal.
Oh, now you're just gonna get kicked, bro. Beta Brad's so angry he had to slur to leave. Look at this guy, bro. He's so mad. He's so heated, bro. That really got him piping hot, bro. That was really funny. Keonan, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you for Nick Shirley. Didn't understand that multiple doctors shared a building. He thought that that was fraud. 100% truth. Seriously, though, absolutely insane, right? Kyle, thank you for the $20 for It's So Funny. Delta Brad is literally rage baiting himself. I know, right? Beta Brad, look at that, actually. Beta Brad, what can I say? Delta Brad. Delta Beta Brad, what can I say? All right, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the YouTube Super Chat, and Linktree in my YouTube chat as well. If you want to support the live for free, hit that thumbs up, everyone on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Foot's on the ground. Foot's on the ground, actually. You know what's how old are you?
Transgender mice.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. I'm going to use that from now. Foot's on the ground. We
All right.
love that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election out today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump. Yeah, I'd have to go Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live in Oregon.
And what time is it?
It is 12:35.
Julia, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's 11:35, by the way. Julia, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, don't worry. I just appreciate you being here. Diddy, though, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Brad is so mad. What can I say? He's probably literally so piping hot red mad right now. He's fucking so pissed off right now. I can just feel it through the temperature in the air globally increased in temperature. So, yo, what's up, how old are you? Just Brad getting piping hot just literally caused the entire global temperature to increase. Caesar, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Seriously, though. As we should be. As we should be, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a neo-libertarian philangist.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Steph, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Candace, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. And I have no clue, Steph. I have no clue. It's actually, diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ain't that still work though?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker.
Evil Dean. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 18.
Election on today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
What's your birth year?
1984. Trust.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May 25th.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry, did I swipe up that?
Yeah, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he comes the closest to my political ideology, and because
They were going to do the neo-libertarian flangism thing. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Live visibility restricted for harassment and bullying? Like, what the fuck? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I? 29.
Do you support Trump?
Yup.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll support Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? I mean, the way he's handling immigration and all that. I mean, I don't agree with ICE of how they're taking control of the system, the way they're doing it, but I think the system needs to be fixed. I'm not against people not coming into this country. Everybody could come to this country. The Latin people are the one that build this all together. So at the end of the day, I just think that we should have people coming the right way.
Okay. You want people coming here the right way through the legal immigration process. So then you agree with the Democratic policy and they want to make the legal process go quicker. They just want to criminalize undocumented entry and prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses.
I mean, I agree. I think people that have committed serious crimes, they should go back to their country.
Okay, if they've committed a violent or serious offense, you agree they should go after them, prioritize going after them. That's what the Democratic policy is. So then, if you agree with the Democratic policy, then why do you agree with Trump in terms of immigration?
Even with the Democrat Party or whatnot, nothing was happening until Obama's administration. When Obama administration,
Are
he
you driving?
deported more than Trump. No, I'm in the passenger side.
And also,
knew you were gonna
did I
tell
just
me
debate
that.
you Did I just debate you recently?
You debated me maybe like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that is recently enough. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18, 2007.
And do you support Trump?
I support the neo living.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, let's go to the next person, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Alrighty, everyone, give it a second. We are waiting for debates. Do give it a minute for people to join in. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Thank you for the tiny Donnie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oops, sorry.
You're good, don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Like today?
Yeah.
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
January.
And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I support him because I saw what he did in his first term, and so when I re-elected him in his second term, I was under the impression that he was going to do the exact same things he did his first term, with help the economy, lower lower food prices, got like grocery prices, lower help more, give more EBTs out to the struggling families in need. He did a lot of that during his first term, so I was kind of under the impression that's why I voted for him to run again for his second term.
So how do you feel about the fact that since he's got in office, he's increased prices by imposing tariffs and going to war with Iran? That's led to 3.8% year-over-year inflation.
Yeah. You said so. You're asking me on how how do I feel about him going to war with Iran?
How about him causing prices to go up by going to war with Iran, imposing tariffs and whatnot, which caused inflation to go up, and then also cutting people off of food stamps to the tune of 2.5 million people on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill. Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next person. I think they were obviously trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2008,
In what month?
27th of January.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I really like the immigration policies. I think they're really nice.
What state do
Because
you
I
live in?
live in, I live in Texas.
What time is it?
1:35. I'm 1:44. My bad.
1:44?
Yep.
Okay, can you name 3 states that border Texas?
Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma.
Okay. Alrighty. Go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
So basically, I live in a place where it borders Mexico, obviously, Texas. And the town I live in, over the past few years, there have been a lot of illegals, I can say. And I just want to not seem racist, but it has been unpleasant to walk around feeling unsafe. So I really like that he's deporting them, and including ICE. It goes with my political ideology because I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist. So, yeah.
All right, let's go to the next person. They're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18. You know what's how old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18, everybody. You know what's how old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Is there a way you can get close to your microphone?
Yeah, this is as close as I can get.
Oh, okay. That's too bad. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Trump supporters, they're scared to debate me. What can I say? They're so scared. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes. I'm sorry. I have a stutter. By the way, if
Okay.
it's okay.
What's your birth year?
2007.
In what month?
By the way, I'm 19. I didn't mean to say 18. I'm born on the 2nd of March.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yep.
Nigger!
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We
How
love
old
you,
are
Parker.
Oh, appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We have essentially no Trump supporters in the box because they're too scared to debate me. That is true. I have some people to thank real quick. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, seriously though, like it was so much worse on behalf of Nick Shirley. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm confused. You're saying that that's what his position was? I'm assuming that that's what they're saying. Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alright, let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hassan
Hey, bro,
Piker
you
for
love me.
prison.
You love me, don't you?
Hassan Piker for prison. Do you agree?
Wait, do you actually think he should be imprisoned?
Yeah, 100 million%. Brother.
Why?
He works for the CCP. You like them though, don't you?
There's actually not a justification for that. No, I don't.
Oh, there's not a justification. Yeah.
No,
How
there's
many
not.
times has he been
Now,
there?
wait. Even so, is that like against his rights? Does
To
he not have the
work
right to do
against
that?
the U.S. government with a dictatorship?
Wait. What's evidence that he worked against the U.S. government?
Come on, dude. We'll see when they release the Hassan Piker files, bro.
This guy, you're so cringe. So wait, do you support Trump for prison?
Sure, yeah, 1,000,000%.
You do? Do you
Yeah.
support all MAGA for prison?
No, that's ridiculous. You want
Okay.
education
Do you support all
camps,
MAGA
don't you?
influencers
Huh?
for prison? Do you support
Do you
all MAGA
support
influencers
socialism
for
for
prison?
America?
No. Do you support all
Liar.
MAGA influencers to go to prison?
You're a liar.
Do you support all MAGA influencers to go to prison?
Propagandist liar, guys.
How am I a
Vote
liar?
Hassan Piker for prison.
Oh wait, can I ask you?
2028.
So what makes you think I'm a liar?
You're lying. Tell your audience, dude. You're a propagandist.
Name one lie.
You don't think Hassan Piker should go to prison?
That's not
That's
a lie,
you
bro.
just told.
That's not a lie. What? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump? You swiped out of the app. I can't currently hear you. Hello? You gotta swipe back into the app and see me for me to be able to hear you.
Hold on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump? I do hear you now.
I voted for him.
Okay, and like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, I sit in your streams a lot, and I hear you like to use the
Would you like to answer my
Kamala and
question?
Trump as. Yeah, I will. I'm getting to it. Neither right now, but you like to say Kamala's better.
You wouldn't vote for either?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. You have to how old are you?
Nigger!
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. You have to how old
Why
are
do
you?
you hate British people?
I don't hate British people. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. You have to how old are you?
Hey, what's up, Burger? I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It'd be a pretty tough one, but I would still probably vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just, honestly, I know Kamala didn't really, or Kamala, however.
Kamala.
She didn't really, Kamala, I know she didn't really have a whole lot of time to prep for her campaign. So, I mean, I don't really think that she communicated her her beliefs and her plans very well.
Okay.
I voted for Trump because I wanted immigration to be dealt with, not in the way that it is right now, because the way that it's going right now is not good, but I wanted something to be done about it.
Okay, so then how do you feel about Donald Trump undermining a bipartisan border bill that the Democrats were trying to get done under the Biden-Harris administration?
How did he undermine it?
Yeah, he called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Okay. When was this? What year was this?
2023. During the midst of what he deemed to be a border crisis.
Okay. How many people came through the border during Biden's presidential term? Wasn't it like around 8 to 10 million people?
Nope, less than 4 million undocumented immigrants.
Less than 4 million? I guess it may have been 8 to 9 million encounters that I read somewhere. So I know encounters are different than immigrants coming through,
Okay.
but
I
don't know.
Yeah, so the encounters are different than people who are coming into the country. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so it would be different then. I mean, what were they wanting in that border bill, anyways? I mean, what were they trying to push through on that bill?
What are they trying to do on the border bill? It was to secure the border and make the legal process go quicker.
Okay, and make the legal process go quicker. How? Hiring more judges or
Yes.
doing what exactly?
Hiring more
Okay,
judges,
hiring more judges.
more officers that are going to go through all these different cases.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing I have talked to like my friends and family about. Like one way to make it go quicker would be to do that. Would be the best way to do it is to hire more judges because I mean immigration is a pretty big thing. My family, I mean I come from immigrants. They came here and they were migrant farmers. So, I mean, but I don't agree with illegal immigration, which I know Democrats don't either. I don't believe half the shit that the people you debate say, but.
Okay, so
But,
what
I mean-
leads you to support Trump?
I mean, I thought his economic policies were pretty good.
Can you name one aspect of the economy that has he's made better off since he got in office?
Yeah, I mean, hasn't the GDP gone up by quite a bit?
The GDP growth is lower right now than what it was at the end of the Biden administration. Did you know that?
So, like the GDP, like the amount, like the GDP amount, or the growth rate of the GDP is lower.
The growth rate of the GDP.
Okay, but the GDP is still higher.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, even though the growth rate might not be where we want it to be, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can factor into that. And I mean, sure, I would like the GDP to grow faster too, obviously. I mean, who wouldn't? But I mean, it's still higher than what it was under Biden.
But not GDP growth. I was asking about what's been made better off. If GDP growth has not been made better off, then things are worse off than what they were growing at prior. So the trend is worse.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to clarify. So, like, the GDP is still higher. It's just not growing as fast. But I mean, it's still higher though.
I don't know why you keep
Right,
repeating
so-
that. Well, why'd you just repeat that again?
No, okay, no, okay. I get where. Okay, no, I get what you're trying to say now. Okay, sorry, I had to think about it for a second.
It's okay.
So, but I mean, I know. How much has his tariffs brought back like domestic manufacturing and stuff like that? I mean,
Domestic
how much of his
manufacturing
tariffs
investment
brought
has
that back?
declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far.
No, it's declined every quarter.
Yep, every single quarter.
By how much? Do you like a percentage wise?
I can show you on the
Do
screen.
you know off the top of your head?
No, I
Yeah,
don't know
if
off
you
the
could
top
show
of my
me,
head, but I
that'd
can
be
show
great.
you on the screen. Let me pull it up for you. What the heck? It just accidentally created. Why did it do that? Delete group. Oh my god, it just did that again. Okay, U.S. manufacturing investment. I accidentally grouped my tabs together.
Uh-oh. I can look it up too.
No, it's okay. I
a
have it on screen
computer.
right now.
Okay.
Here it is. This is real private fixed investment. I'll read it for you. But real private fixed investment on residential structures manufacturing. And you can see right here, this is when Trump originally first got in office in his first term. This is when he leaves
Okay.
office in his first term.
Yeah.
This is when Biden
yeah.
gets in office. This is when
Mhm.
Biden leaves office up here. This is when Trump gets into office. And it just
Okay.
declined the whole time. After massive growth under
Oh.
Biden's administration.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Okay. What all did Biden put in place to grow the economy? I mean, because like I know if the economy was so like growing so much, I mean, why did it feel like it was so trash? I mean, I know he walked into COVID, but
Well, I can tell you, there was the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Those things built up the manufacturing investment within our country. And yeah, statistically speaking, things were better off then. Why did it feel bad? Well, because conditions were made worse in terms of inflation. So everyone was feeling the inflation. Now, that wasn't because of the Biden-Harris administration. That would have happened regardless.
Yeah, that makes. Yeah, and I mean, I know inflation was probably high. Probably, I think one of probably the contributing factors was the stimulus checks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that would be a major thing, which I didn't agree with the stimulus checks at all. I was like, I thought that was stupid, personally.
Okay. And so I guess what's your broader point that you would say that like you still support Trump on?
I mean, I personally think something had to be done about Iran. I wish we had somebody more competent in dealing with Iran. But I mean, something needed to be done about the situation with them. I would prefer it to be diplomatic instead of, a warfare solution. But I mean, there's nothing we can really do about that until the midterms, at least.
Okay, and so like what Obama established, what Trump pulled out
With
of, what the Democrats would have continued.
with the JCPOA.
Yeah.
So when Iran had their 60% enriched uranium, was that during the JCPOA, or was
No,
that
during the JCPO, it
after it
was
was
capped at
dissolved?
3.67%.
And was it ever proven to be higher than that?
Not during the JCPOA,
So why the hell did Trump pull out of it?
because he didn't want them to have money build up through us getting rid of the sanctions, which, by the way, would have happened regardless if he's going to get a deal with them. So I think it was just bullshit, and he failed really hard on this.
Yeah, but then so I guess what, Trump just wasn't capable of negotiating
Influential.
again?
Yeah,
Or I
essentially.
mean,
His
or if
negotiations are just horrible.
yeah, and then because he what year did he dissolve the JCPOA? That was
2018.
2020. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say 2019. Okay, 2018. So why couldn't Biden renegotiate that?
Why couldn't Biden
If it was
renegotiate
such a
the
big
JCPOA? Because there was an impeding
yeah.
Trump administration that would come next, and he could undermine the JCPOA again if they established it again.
So they just didn't try.
No, they did try. They just couldn't do it because of the fact that
Okay.
Trump undermined it prior. Think of the shell of a warrior. Thank
Oh,
you, Earl.
I guess he did the same thing as what. Okay, yeah. I guess he just the same thing. I guess he did the same thing with that he did with the border bill. Just tell them like, just tell members in Congress, like, hey, don't support this if you support me, type thing, right? Isn't that what you said he did with the immigration bill, that bipartisan immigration bill or the border bill?
No, he undermined the JCPOA because he directly pulled out of it. I'm confused.
No, well, okay, so like you said, he undermined it. Oh, so we pulled out of it. But then what I was trying to say was like Biden, like they should have tried to reestablish something similar to the JCPOA. But you said
Yeah,
Trump would have
they did
undermined
try to
that
do
anyways.
that. It's just Trump undermined it. Not because he was like, no, it's because he was going to become. Okay, so think about it this way. Iran doesn't have much of an incentive to go into the JCPOA if they think the next administration is going to come into office and just be able to get rid of it.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
only
well,
if
that
there's
makes
actually going to be like considerations that it will be around.
Yeah, like a long term solution, not just like a makes me look good during my presidency of fix.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I just like I have a big problem when Iran launched their ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia. And this was at the time that they had that enriched uranium, and at the time they had somewhere around 60% and to go up to 90%, which is what the weapons grade usage for like the ones in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those bombs, those were 80, so those like 90% enriched. At the time that Iran launched these missiles to Diego Garcia, they already had like 60%. So like I think something should have, like something had to be done about them. That's why I kind of support that stuff going on over there.
Do I have to repeat the point I already made? Like, Trump put us in the situation where they have enriched it to a greater extent. That's because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
Okay. Well, I mean, regardless of the material or like the nuclear material or not, they were still launching missiles at them.
Okay. And
I don't know.
they
I mean, did the
launched.
JCPOA
You said Iran launched missiles at who?
Diego Garcia.
In response to the U.S. striking them.
Okay, what did we strike them for?
That was for their enrichment facilities. This was Midnight Hammer, right?
Oh, this was Midnight Hammer?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did Diego Garcia in response to that, and then and that they like notified us before.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then.
Okay. So then, like, what
I
benefit
mean,
do
like
you think
I've
we
just
get from Trump being in
I'm
office?
I mean, now that we've discussed the economics and the war with Iran, I mean, and the border policy, I didn't even agree. I didn't even agree with the whole immigration enforcement stuff going on right now. Anyways, I'm
Okay.
just pretty recently political, so I'm trying to get
Okay.
like a basis. Like I've talked to a lot of I've done like a lot of debates with like Trump supporters and stuff like that. So, and I'm trying to find a debate with more progressive people that don't just immediately shut you down for having an opposing viewpoint. And so far,
hmm
like you and Dean have been like the only reasonable people that I've seen. So
There's plenty of other like progressives and liberals out there that you'd be able to find and debate and talk to,
I've
if
tried.
that's your
Yeah,
consideration. I mean, it might be hard to like find people on the internet or debate people that way, but there's countless areas you can find people to debate who disagree with you. But
yeah. I've been trying to join lives for like 2 weeks, and every time I say something that like slightly opposes them on certain topics, like they just like immediately shut me down and like call me names and then kick
the,
me.
the best way to find people
So
who disagree with you might not be through trying to debate people on a live stream. It might be just by trying to debate random people, you know?
yeah, I guess you're one of the exceptions, like you and Dean probably, because like normally like whenever I bring up the stuff that I said like to other people, they do that stuff, but you've actually been willing to have a conversation, so I respect that.
All right, well, I appreciate that. We'll keep looking into these conversations, these debates. I think you'll lean more towards our side because you realize it's more in accordance with the facts and the truth.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the statistics seem to back it up. So
That's true. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up.
yep. Have a good day, man.
You as well. You as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2006.
You're 18, born 2006?
Yeah.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Today we have for you your main.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We'll be on live for another hour and 30 minutes at least, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I vote for Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
In what month?
March.
And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's banning abortion.
Okay, and why do you think that's good?
I think abortion is murder.
What year were you born? What year did you graduate high school, by the way? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
January 15th. Oh, I mean 2000, 2008, January 15th. My bad.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Parker, actually, I have this interesting idea I want to tell you. Would you like to debate ChatGPT on my behalf? Like, genuinely, like,
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm neo-libertarian phalangelist old and
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Alrighty, everyone. We are seemingly have a bit of an issue here with getting the debates in because Trump supporters are scared to debate, of course. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
My phone is broken. It doesn't show.
Really?
No, it actually is.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, dude.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think he's really doing a great job at getting out illegals, making this country safer, especially like, with the Somalians. So, I mean, yeah. And then he cut food stamps for people that were abusing it. So, he's got my vote.
Okay, I have a question. Can you name how he's made society safer, especially when undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens? And Donald Trump himself has pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and released them onto the streets.
Hold on. Slow down. So what was that first one? So you said that they commit what, less crimes?
Yeah, undocumented immigrants. There are plenty of studies in the bibliography in my bio that you can check out where they commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
I'm sorry, Parker. I'm not a Trump supporter. Fuck that pedophile. I'm so sorry.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do, man.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
Fuck Kamala.
Kamala. What's your birth year?
It's it. It's the same thing, Parker.
What's the birth year? They left. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Okay, they're not there. We have like no guest requests right now. I think Trump supporters are terrified to debate me, everybody. They're too scared. They're too scared. What can I say, everybody? MAGA's too scared to debate. Let's get this next person up here again. Everybody, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Only send a guest request if you're above the.
Thomas, you came back?
Came back? I thought you just started.
I mean, like have already debated you, right?
For a moment, yeah.
Yeah. Why do you come back?
It's fun.
Why? Why? It's fun to not be right?
I like to see you squirm. I'm not gonna lie.
How am I squirming?
You're just always, getting angry and hitting the mute button. It's funny.
Do I seem angry right now?
Yesterday you were.
Yeah. And do you think I'm angry today?
No, you got a fresh start. We're gonna work on that though.
Your goal is to make me angrier?
It's kind of fun.
So your only goal is to make me angry, not to actually intellectually engage in a conversation with me?
I wish that I could engage, but
You just cut out. Hello?
You open the door.
Thomas, you've cut out. I can't hear you.
I said, can you hear me?
Hear you now, yeah. Go ahead.
So you got really stuck on the border yesterday. So you weren't able to. It's weird because you guys say that it's not, that it's all stolen land, but then you said you did a good job at the border. Which one is it?
I'm confused. The argument. What? That made no sense.
Well, you guys have always been, open borders, right? But now you're
No.
saying that you're not open borders. You did it great.
Never was open borders.
The border.
I was never pro open
Never
borders.
was open border.
Nope.
So you were never pro this land is stolen and stuff like that? You don't believe that?
I do think that this land was stolen, but that doesn't mean that I think that the border should be open.
You think that all land was considered stolen if this land was stolen?
No, not all land is, but a lot of countries around the world, technically, you could say.
We should take a deep dive in which countries just, remained, which land has been uncontested, never been conquered, which part of the world.
I don't think that's relevant to the conversation.
Of course not, because you're a bad person.
I can't hear you through
And that's
the
why we
Trump
can't get
mobile.
anywhere.
I can't hear you through the Trump mobile. You're lagging too much.
All right, we'll try next time, okay? It was fun.
Maybe if you get a different phone than the Trump mobile phone.
Yeah, I'm working on it, man.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, good day.
Looks like he failed with respect to his own intentions. He wanted to make me angry, but he just failed and then left sad. That's genuinely so funny. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Oh, okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you too. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live in Texas.
And what time is it?
It's 17.
Okay. Can you name 3 states that border Texas?
Arizona. I've never been.
Arizona. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. New map dropped. New map dropped, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris
Wow.
versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump. I do have a question for you. We were friends before a long time ago, like in 2021, on
We were
Discord and
friends on
TikTok.
what?
On Discord or TikTok, I guess. I used to come up to your lives when you did the God debates a lot,
Okay.
and you part of why I majored in what I majored in college is because of you, actually.
That's cool. I appreciate that. Appreciate
Um,
that. So why do you
I
support Trump?
didn't want to truly debate, but I did want to ask a question because
Okay.
the last time we debated was like,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I was like, that's someone who's been in the stream since 2021. That's kind of diabolical. That's a long time. I was like, I don't even remember. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But I'll caveat if it was Yang versus Trump, I'd probably go Yang.
Okay, wait, what's the relevant difference between Yang and Harris that means you'd vote for Yang over Trump and not Harris?
He's his economic policies are typically better. He's typically not as mired in the whole
Wait,
culture
well,
war aspect
pause real
of
quick.
leftism.
I need you to pause real quick. For the people who are in the chat, if people join up and they don't actually meet the criteria, I reserve the right to kick them. If you think that's rude, you can leave. I honestly don't care. It's not rude for me to literally have boundaries of the stream and to say that if you don't meet the criteria, I'm going to kick you. I'm going to enforce those rules. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so typically not as mired in the culture war aspect of like leftism versus conservatives or whatever. And he's also more forward thinking in terms of how we're going to be handling the like job losses to AI and everything like that, like where human labor is being innovated out of the market. So I would say he's typically going to be better, and that's obviously the Democrat Party doesn't like him. So. But Trump versus Harris, yeah, still going Trump.
I didn't really get a clear reason. What was the reason between Harris and Yang?
Oh, I said economic policies. He's less mired down by culture war aspects of leftism, and he's more forward thinking. Any specifics on what?
Like, name the specific distinctions.
Again, with economic policy, he's I guess those progressive tax returns stuff, and like he's trying to use this to help us as we approach human labor being forced out of the market.
I understand, but that doesn't mean that.
And he's against like a lot of government subsidies, like and he doesn't agree with her assessment that like grocery stores are spiking prices beyond what they should be, right? Like there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't
position
have AI.
was just to
I don't
enforce
have AI in front of me. Like I don't have a computer in front of me to look it up.
Yeah, her position was simply just to enforce federal laws on price controls that exist, right, in states already, in most states in the country. So I don't know what your disagreement you're saying there.
Well, she was. I mean,
for social services,
she was talking about price
Yang still
gouging.
supports social services, and also I just want to let you know, with UBI, you'd have to have some sort of price controls.
I understand. I'm not necessarily agreeing with UBI in general, but I do like that he is forward thinking, where we're not seeing that from most of the candidates, because we are innovating ourselves out of the job market. So I think we need someone intelligent and forward thinking like Yang.
Okay, and do you think that we get closer to that with Trump over Harris? you think Trump is smarter?
Trump is just a better stopgap. I mean, he's more into the oil investment and more like natural gas production. He's more into that.
Those things are fundamentally against Yang. Yang is to the left of Donald Trump on practically every single issue. That's why he supported Kamala Harris over Trump.
We need the excess energy production now in order to get to like nuclear fusion and things like that as a sustainable energy source in the future. But if we cut that and we just invest in a bunch of green energy that's not very efficient, then it's going to hurt our economy.
With you. Yang thinks that we should invest into renewables. He doesn't think that we're right around the corner from fusion.
I didn't say we're right around the corner from fusion.
Well, so if your goal is that we need to just be going towards fusion and we shouldn't be investing in renewables, well, that's not going to be an actual good risk benefit analysis there, because there are a lot more risks associated with that than benefits. We don't know for sure that we're going to be able to develop fusion anywhere near anytime soon. So the idea that we'll be able to switch to that right away is ridiculous. Now we can develop nuclear and also develop renewables at the same time.
Yeah. I'm not saying
that's what Yang also agrees with.
What I'm saying is use the most efficient and like cost-effective form of energy now to keep our economy afloat as best as possible until we get to these advanced technologies like nuclear fusion. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to increase nuclear fission production plants also. I know a lot of Democrats are against that.
Nope. Name one Democrat against that.
No, it's just in broad terms. Like typically conservatives are.
You said there's lots of them. Name one.
Name one. A Democrat. What do you mean? Like
name a single Democrat that is against that.
A single Democrat official against fission. I'm just basing it off a survey study. I was talking about broad spectrum people who are like left leaning ideologies.
But you can't mention a single person in Congress that holds that view.
There's comparative surveys out there. I mean, you just like you're the one with the AI in front of you. Just look up,
I don't have AI in front of me. I'm asking you, do you so you think that I'm not understanding. I'm really not getting it.
Trump's doing great with energy production, and I think we need to do great with energy production to stimulate, keep our economy rolling as we're approaching these end state energy sources like nuclear fusion.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
Do you agree with whatever Yang agrees with more?
Do I agree with him more?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, typically. Yeah.
Okay. So if he agrees with Kamala Harris over Trump, then would you say that that would be preferable to you as well? He voted for Harris over Trump.
Yes, I know. I would disagree with him on that.
Okay.
That vote.
Why so?
Because I support Trump.
Why?
I think that he is like his desire to invest in energy production. Great. Yeah. I think that Kamala Harris was, I mean, you don't never know what she was actually, believing. Was she pro-fracking, anti-fracking? Couldn't tell without all
That's so dishonest. That's so dishonest. She agreed with fracking in the context of the Inflation Reduction Act. There were fracking leases within it. She was willing to compromise on that in order to get things done. And the fact that people say that about Kamala Harris,
I understand that
but
she
you
was
won't.
willing to compromise
Trump
on it.
said no new wars. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he did say that.
So is that more true about Kamala Harris or Trump?
He also said no tax on tips, and I got a great old tax return. So yeah, I mean,
he also said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He also said he was going to release all the Epstein files. He also said that he was going to end.
They're being released right
he said he was going to reduce electricity
Epstein
prices by
files are being
50% within a
released right
year.
Hey, you don't need a gish gallop. You can do one topic at a time.
This isn't gish galloping.
When you put a bunch of just like rapid fire points across, that is gish gallop. That's like the definition of gish gallop.
No, it's not. I was building on a point. Can you define gish galloping?
Yeah, when you're releasing a bunch of low substantiated argument points in rapid fire succession, rather than sticking to a point and building out that argument better.
Okay. I didn't just show up a bunch of different arguments that didn't have accuracy or strength. I just gave things that actually demonstrated the point. So you didn't actually demonstrate anything there. You'd have to say that all my points were vacuous or didn't have justification, but they justified my very point.
Okay. So again, no tax on tips. Great, right?
Can you address my point without moving on?
Which one? Again,
my points were factual.
So many of them.
Name one point that I said that was not factual.
Yeah, I couldn't even follow. You were talking so fast.
So then how can you say I was gish galloping if you don't even know if what I said was true
That's
or
what
not?
gish galloping is. It's rapid fire.
No, it's just not rapid fire points. It's rapid fire points without looking at accuracy, okay? And mine were all accurate. All my points were accurate. You can't even mention how it was wrong.
Okay. Let's see, 24-hour ending the Ukraine war. Yeah, that didn't happen. You're correct.
Yeah, he said he was going to release all the Epstein files.
Was anyone going to end the war in 24 hours?
No, and that was a lie.
Okay.
So the point that I'm making is that he goes back and forth on his positions all the time, and you'll never apply that standard to him. But Kamala Harris, because she said she wanted to be against fracking in the 2020 race, and then literally then agreed on a compromise that there were going to be fracking leases within the context of the bill that she passed, and then she ran on, oh yes, I'm willing to compromise. And you're like, oh, she's all over the place. That's over multiple years. This is Trump literally last year or the year before saying, no new wars, no new wars, no new wars. I'm going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. And then all of these things he went back on within a year and a half. So it's just like, dude, like, you understand the distinction there?
I was saying that I was not aware of her position specifically on fracking because she was changing her position. Yes, she can compromise. You demonstrated that she compromised on fracking, but that doesn't mean that she is pro-fracking per se, right?
No, it doesn't. It means she's willing to compromise on it, so it means it's not going to be
she's willing
banned.
to compromise, but I would rather the president be pro-fracking.
Okay, why?
And not just compromise, but push more energy production through fracking.
Why?
Like actively,
Can't we do energy production through
actively put
renewable
effort
energies?
into fracking, rather than not from a position of compromise, but a position of we want to do more of it.
Why?
I want to do more of it. because it's more energy production.
Can you name one bill Trump's passed to do that?
Again, it was from a stance of being pro this. It's not a
Yeah, I understand.
bill.
Can you name
Not
one
everything has to
policy
be
that
a
Trump has
bill.
passed to do that?
I'm not aware of any specific bill to pass to do that. We're already doing it.
Okay,
Like,
so Trump is never held to
you don't
do
need
anything.
you don't need a bill
Trump
to.
is never held to do anything. He can just do whatever
No,
the fuck he
you don't
wants.
need a bill. You don't need a bill to impact the private sector market. The market responds to the the position of the person in charge, because they know, like, hey, if we invest our time and money into this effort towards fracking, we know that we are going to be supported via, in any way by the current administration. The current administration's going to, like,
Yeah,
if we go
so what
and
policies
we need,
has Trump passed to support fracking?
again, you don't need a policy. You just need to be a position. The market will respond to your position.
Okay,
It's
so
like,
what did
like
Kamala
how
Harris
gas
do to
prices,
restrict
how
fracking?
gas production didn't
What did
decrease
Kamala Harris
overnight,
do
but
to
gas
restrict
prices went
fracking?
up. What?
What did Kamala Harris do to restrict fracking?
She didn't do anything specifically. I said it's a position.
So she did nothing to restrict it, and you can't mention anything Trump did to increase it. Yet you're going to say this is something that you voted on? It has no relevance to you.
Are you saying
Nothing
that
was impacted.
Are you saying that the position, how pro someone is for something, or how against they are, you're saying that position just in and of itself has no impact on the market? Is that what you're claiming? You're thinking that's how
Absolutely.
markets work?
Absolutely.
That's not how markets
if
work,
there
man.
is if there's no policy
You don't
that
need
they're
a policy
meaningfully willing
for
to
all these
pass,
things.
can you please listen? If there's no policy that they're meaningfully willing to pass, then it won't have any impact. Literally none.
That's
Do you not know how the
that's
market
not how
works?
markets work at all.
Yeah, you tell me how markets work.
Markets
If they're
will
not
act-
passing a policy or any regulation, then tell me how the market will respond.
Yeah, markets will respond to a president who is, his position, his demeanor, like his is anti-regulation, is pro,
That's
low
if they're
corporate,
passing policies to remove
pro
regulations, right,
low,
or to do
low
certain
corporate
things, right?
taxes. I think he did lower the corporate taxes in his first term. Like,
Yeah,
pro
and that
low
was
corporate
bad.
taxes.
Not better. That didn't lead to better conditions for producing fracking or anything. Like, what are you saying?
You realize
That's not
corporations
hyper
are the ones
specific to that
conducting
industry.
this.
So how would that affect?
Corporations are the ones doing the fracking, right? You know that?
Oh, okay, I understand.
Okay,
but
so if you
you're not-
decrease
what
their
you're-
tax
so
burden,
then-
what's that going to do?
Do you understand that higher marginal tax rates on these companies incentivize them to reinvest? Lower top
Higher-
marginal tax rates disincentivize them from reinvesting and rather incentivize them to pull that money out.
I mean, I don't think that's the case, but
It is the case. You just don't understand how businesses operate. You don't understand how top marginal tax rates operate. Okay? That's the reason why you don't understand this, because from a business employer perspective, you are going to lose more money to the government if you're going to get taxed on it to a greater extent if you have a top marginal tax rate. And if you are going to reinvest that into your company, you get to do a tax write-off, meaning you don't pay that in taxes. It's not added onto your income, so you save whatever your top marginal tax rate is. So it provides a greater incentive for a business owner's perspective to then reinvest money into their firm or to their employees' wages if there are higher top marginal tax rates.
but they're going to reinvest it anyway.
No.
They're going to expand their business. if they
Different
have more-
levels
if
of
they have more-
reinvestments. You would expect
if they have
more
liquidity, they're
reinvestment
going
if
to
there's
expand their
higher
business
top
anyway.
marginal tax rates.
What?
If there are higher top marginal tax rates, you would expect more reinvestment.
I would expect more reinvestment if they have more capital to reinvest with.
Yes, which would be the case
Through lower corporate tax rates.
Dude, do you know if they have a deduction that they're not going to pay taxes on that, right?
I understand, but they can also get that deduction through reinvestment, even with lower corporate tax rates. And if they have more liquid viable assets, they can invest that too.
I'm confused what your point is. Try again.
If they have more money through not paying taxes, they have more money to reinvest too. They can do it either way.
So, but there's not as much of an incentive because the money they already took out
Well,
of the business.
the incentive is to make more money.
Sir, they already took the money out of the business. Why would they
They
put the
haven't
money
taken it out
back
of the
in
business.
after taking it out?
The
Wouldn't they just
fracking corporations are
wouldn't they just
growing right
rather
now.
keep
They're
it
still
in their
growing.
business and then reinvest it from keeping it within their business?
They're expanding their business right now. It's been expanding ever since his first term.
You're not listening to me. Okay, so you have money in your business, and then you can pay yourself a
Yes.
salary, or you can pay other people salary. Okay, so
Yes.
if you already have done that, why would you take the money and then put that back into the business? That would just mean that you paid taxes for no reason.
You expand and make and more businesses. Why would you?
If you want to expand,
if
you'll
you
use the
create
money
more
already
businesses
in the
that create
business instead
more
of
streams
taking it out.
You create more businesses. that creates more revenue streams.
Listen. If you are going to get taxed at a higher rate, you'll keep the money within the business and you'll spend it on the business rather than taking it out in the first place, because you'll get taxed on it at a higher rate if you take it out.
Yes, and if you have more money to take out, then you're going to have more money to invest in more businesses, which is what they do. They invest in more businesses, which grows our economy. More businesses.
Okay, so
Right?
why has business investment declined since Trump got in office then?
Business investment has declined since 2016.
Well, since Trump got in office is what I'm saying. Because he imposed tariffs, he made conditions worse within that respect.
Yeah, the tariffs was
That's
kind
tax
of
policy he engaged in to then lead to
yeah,
worse
the,
off
the,
conditions.
the tariff wasn't great. That was not so great for business. Yeah, and I think he's responding to the pushback from that, and a lot of tariffs have already been
And I just want to let you know the tax cuts for corporate taxes are very, very small in its economic benefits. The growth for economic growth is like 0.04%, so nowhere near enough to pay for the bill in of itself. It's around $8 to $16 billion of economic growth, right, per year under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So not very much growth there. And we'll grow way more as a society if we decided to put our money into the working class in terms of tax cuts for them and or into policies that provide services for people in need.
Yeah, we did get a tax cut. No tax on tips.
Yeah,
And we've
that's
also
a very small portion of the overall bill.
Income taxes.
It's not
also
no
were
tax
lower.
on tips. It's a deduction for tips, and it's
Yeah.
only applicable through 2027, and then it goes away. And then also, if you're considering that, you're not taking into consideration the fact that it was bipartisan, agreed with by Democrats, and it's the smallest fucking possible portion of the bill. Okay, so Kamala Harris wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So instead of most of the tax cuts going to the income over 400K, most of it would go to the lower income individuals who actually need it.
Yeah, we all got a lower taxes this year. You're saying it would have got even lower under Kamala? I mean, maybe if she kept her word.
Yes,
who knows?
because of the child
possibly.
tax credit, because of the housing tax credit, the $50,000 deduction for small businesses in the first year of them starting out.
I mean, yeah, supposedly if she got all that pushed through, but doubtful.
Well, no, I think that she would have been able to get that passed. Those are bipartisan policies.
I don't think she would have.
Those are literally bipartisan, so she definitely would have.
I mean, maybe, but that's that's an unknowable situation because it would have required her to keep her word on campaign promises, which who knows? Again, with a flip flop, and could have done anything.
Who do you think is more likely to flip flop, Harris or Trump?
Probably Harris, yeah.
Harris?
Yeah.
You really think Harris is more likely to flip flop? What evidence do you have for that?
Again, well, she already did it.
One time?
There
Changing
were
a position one time is not flip flopping over and over
there,
again.
there were a bunch of different positions.
So give me name specifics, because I'll name you. For each one you name of Harris, I'll name you 3 of Trump.
Okay, if that's the case, it's unnecessary to go down that road. Either way, I would
No,
rather
go for
have...
it. Try to name as many as you can.
Listen, I don't got the computer in front of me like you do.
I don't have anything in front of me. I'm just talking to you.
Yeah. But again, if you got 3 for everyone, then it doesn't matter. But
so name them. I'm waiting. Name any of the ones you can reference about Kamala Harris. I'm waiting.
Again, I told you already. I have to go look it up. I got it.
So you don't know any off the top of your head?
No, I don't like look at this information every single day of my life like you.
But you don't know a single one.
I'm just saying that I don't have it in front of me. Yeah, I don't.
So you say that she flip flops all the time, but you can't mention a single time?
I was
He's now looking it up. Alrighty, give him a second to look it up. We're gonna give him time to see if he can figure out what's going on there. Elizabeth, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. This caller just wants to frack our planet to death for energy when there are other means of energy production. Why? Side effects of deforestation, toxic chemicals disrupting the equilibrium of the planet to power our cars. It's and like generally, like I think that the renewable energy is such a preferable alternative, and for some reason they don't want to do those types of investments. Douglas, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for please take every opportunity to tell MAGA you've been lied to whenever they believe a Trump lie. I totally agree. I totally agree. It's constant, right? They'll overlook the lies of Trump, but then will literally constantly apply this insane level of double standard to liberals that they do not apply to people like Trump.
What are you talking about?
And then also Harley, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much for what do you think about Trump trading stocks? Biden and Obama didn't. I think it's actually horrible for this country. I think that it should be illegal for the president of the United States to trade stocks while in the position of president, right? And I actually think that should be true about any of our elected members of government. It should be illegal for them to literally utilize their position of power in order to make money off of that position of power. If you want to make a book after you're out of office, do you. No one has an issue with that. But you are not to use the position of the presidency in order to engage in trades to make money. It needs to be either in a index fund, right, or not invested. That's it. That is the only thing I'm okay with is an index fund or not invested at all.
Is he making money off this stuff?
Yes, he is. He's done a bunch of stock trades. He's dropped meme coins. He's rug pulled them. He's made $3 billion from the presidency. He went from $2.3 billion in 2024 to $6.5 billion in net worth now in 2026.
Yeah,
he is manipulating markets to make him and his rich buds money. They're betting on things that they're doing while in office.
Wait, as the president, did he engage in trading?
Yes.
Like him personally?
Yes. For example, in January, he bought NVIDIA stock. And then they did a deal to allow for NVIDIA to sell in China.
He personally bought NVIDIA stock?
Yeah, yes.
Are you talking about him or the Trump organization? Like what?
Him, under his ownings.
Really? I didn't see that.
Yes.
And you're saying it's illegal for presidents to engage in trading?
I'm saying it should be, right? Now they have to say what they do in terms of trades.
Okay.
And that's why we have this information.
So you just think he shouldn't be allowed to trade NVIDIA stocks? Okay.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He definitely not. That should be illegal for him to do as president. Absolutely.
Do you agree?
Maybe, I don't know.
I think that you should agree that all elected government officials shouldn't be able to trade individual stocks because they can manipulate individual stocks with their words, with their policies, with their orders, with their campaigns, and they could then make money off of that.
Sure. But I'd also rather have Trump as president because in the case that we need a new Supreme Court judge, I'd rather have a judge that interprets the Constitution correctly than one that doesn't.
That's like hyper specific to saying only conservatives interpret it correctly. Is that what it is?
No, they don't have to necessarily be conservative. They just have to have an originalist kind of position where they interpret it correctly.
A conservative
where they interpret it based off of the meaning when it was written, not by injecting new meaning into it.
Okay.
And it seems like Democrats like the judges that interpret it in the new way, new creative ways.
We'll see. Like the Constitution was written to be a living, breathing document. I agree that we should take.
Well, changeable. It's a changeable document.
I think that
not reinterpretable.
I think that we should take some inspiration from the originalist perspective, i.e., what did they intend for the original interpretation of the document.
Yes.
However, we have to be able to then apply that interpretation to today. Basically saying, if we were to look through their scope in today's world, how would they apply it, right? And when we just stick to this like cut and dry originalist interpretation, okay, it's only going to protect what they meant it to protect. Well, then all of a sudden, right, the government can encroach on speech on social media because they didn't even assume that social media would ever exist when they drafted the First Amendment, or the Second Amendment only protects muskets, because there would be no interpretation for if the founders thought that AR-15s that can automatically shoot like 30 rounds every 3 seconds should should be protected by the Constitution.
Yeah, and also like you can't have any
Yeah, but
privacy controls for
that's
your
not up
phones
to,
or
again, that's
cellular
not up to
devices.
the judge to decide, like, oh, you know what, they didn't have AR-15s, therefore I'm going to interpret it as a judge to be like, to ban AR-15s. No, if you want to change like that, then it needs to be an amendment to the Constitution.
Wait,
That's
no,
the
no, you're
living,
not
breathing
understanding.
portion of it.
But he's saying the originalist interpretation would then include that there are no protections for things like that, because if there is not an understanding that they had at that time that that existed, then they couldn't have possibly been meaning to write the document to be in reference to that. So you have to understand that then it just means that there is no
They
basis
did
for
have semi-automatic weapons at the time.
What's up?
There were semi-automatics at the time of drafting the Constitution. They were aware of, semi-automatic weapons.
But they were not aware of AR-15s,
Yeah,
fully automatic weapons.
okay,
They're not aware of any of those things.
It's still a semi-automatic weapon. Just because it's AR-15.
Wait,
it's not
semi-automatic. You're saying muskets because they're semi-automatic. You understand the difference between semi-automatic, right?
No, they had repeating, like on trigger pull, per trigger pull. They with magazines that fed into the gun. They had that technology existed at the time of the Constitution.
Another issue that I have with like, I'm sorry, I'll let you respond to that, Parker. But there's just another really big issue that I have with this guy's perspective.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I guess I'll share that now, Kai. So, are you familiar with Plessy v. Ferguson?
Plessy v. Ferguson.
Yeah, are you familiar?
Not particularly.
Okay, so that was like a landmark SCOTUS decision in 1896. And it was on the nature of the 14th Amendment, particularly the Equal Protections Clause. And it essentially ruled that Black people are, separate but equal, right? So although we have this clause in our Constitution that says all people deserve equal protections, Black people are equal, but they're separate, meaning that we could like legally segregate them and push them out of society, right? And the thing is this probably was the originalist interpretation of the 14th Amendment, all right? And the reason why I say that is because Plessy v. Ferguson came only 30 years after that 14th Amendment was, ratified into the Constitution. The framers of it were still alive. And they kind of shared similar thoughts of, well, separate but equal. And it took a non-originalist interpretation of the 14th Amendment, equal in all senses, no separation, through the Brown v. Board decision in 1954 to end segregation. So the reason why I bring this up is it seems to be the case that sometimes the originalist, quote unquote, interpretation of some of our amendments, looking at the intention of the framers and early case law on the subject matter, is probably not a good way to go about legislating this country.
So it's still a fine way. You just have to ratify the amendment.
So you're saying that the Brown v. Board education SCOTUS decision shouldn't have been made. Segregation shouldn't have been ended because of that decision. And
Well, we probably should have done it through the mechanisms that are there for ratifying the Constitution. It's the same thing with like Abraham Lincoln, right? He forced that to happen. It's like it probably should have. We probably as a people should have come together and been like, oh yeah, slavery needs to be ended, but it ended up being a war, right? So
well, I mean, if we were to assume your view, like segregation would have ended like significantly later than it did, because segregation didn't end with like unilateral support. It ended with like a slim majority support, right? So if we had to wait for like enough support for like 75% of states to ratify, well, then we would have seen segregation for like at minimum like another like 15, 25 years.
I understand, but that's not necessarily a good excuse to have the Supreme Court justices overstep their power and their authority in order to get this stuff done. Is the same thing with like the Roe v. Wade, right? Like that's why that whole thing got overturned.
The thing is I absolutely do think that it's a good excuse to give more power to SCOTUS, because it just simply prevents more harm. right?
Well,
Like it
again,
prevented. Can you let me finish? It prevented, right, like another like 25 years minimum, right, of racial segregation for SCOTUS to have the ability to quote unquote reinterpret the nature of the third section of the 14th Amendment. And ultimately, my main like guiding principle here is going to be like harm reduction. So like clearly, if this view reduces harm, it's going to be the view in which I prefer, right? Like I don't want to believe in your view, which is that segregation shouldn't have been ended for another like 20, 25 years at minimum.
well, no. So I would agree that segregation was the greater harm. The problem is that when you have issues that people do not agree on which side is the greater harm. For example, abortion, right? Roe v. Wade just getting overturned and everything, where a lot of people think that the greater harm is the killing a million babies every year through elective abortions, and other people would be like, no, it's greater harm to not let women abort, right? So I'm saying I don't think it's a justifiable position to increase the Supreme Court's power by them just reinterpreting the Constitution just to get things the way they want them to be. If the majority of people in the country are pro-abortion, then okay, we get together and ratify the Constitution the right way, or whatever. I don't think it's just
well. The thing is it's not just like a majority approval that is what gets new amendment passed for the Constitution. It is like a supermajority approval. Also,
yeah, I understand.
We're vesting like too much power into SCOTUS by giving them the ability to reinterpret text on paper. I just think that that's a necessary precaution to give the court in scenarios to prevent tyranny of the majority, right? Or tyranny of the lack of a supermajority.
One thing
Like
I was
with
thinking, as well is that is judicial review even something that would be held by originalists? Because that wasn't established until Marbury v. Madison, which was after the Constitution was written, way after, in a Supreme Court case. So the originalist writing of the Constitution, does that even establish judicial review?
Yeah, like this guy's argument is probably that like SCOTUS has been corrupt since Marbury v. Madison, and they were like way out of lines and out of bounds to give them the reinterpretive ability through that landmark decision. I'd assume that's your view, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I think that's a crazy view. You think there should be no judicial review on behalf of the Supreme Court. So essentially the Supreme Court has no power.
Well, I'm just saying that I don't think they should have the power to reinterpret the Constitution based off of their new ideas. I think they need to hold it to originalist positions, and if we want to ratify the Constitution, we need to do that through the mechanisms of ratifying the Constitution.
Okay, well, we can talk about your crazy view in a second. I just want to establish there were no semi-automatic firearms in 1776.
There were repeating rifles in 1776.
Yeah, there were repeaters, not semi-automatic.
That's what a semi-automatic is. Every trigger pull results in a shot.
Wait, but it's a manual reloading after every shot, not an automatic reload after every shot.
Are you sure?
That's the distinction.
I think they had spring-loaded. I'd have to go back and check.
Nope, there were no semi-automatic firearms in 1776.
And by the way, the point that I'd like to make here is I don't think that the founders themselves practiced this originalist sense of the interpretation of the Constitution. Or else, like, the Constitution wouldn't be so vague and broad. Like the Second Amendment is actually like a really good example of this, right? The right to bear arms, not the right to bear a musket. And there must be a reason here why the framers of the Second specifically chose the phrase arms compared to the word musket, right? Maybe that's because they knew that eventually arms would evolve beyond muskets. And when they say that they wanted the Constitution to be this living, breathing, flexible framework to evolve along society, like not only is that materialized through the ability to amend the Constitution, but also through evolving interpretations of the text that already exists.
Well, no, it's because arms aren't just muskets. They're swords. They let people own cannons. There were private industries that had ships with armaments like war, akin to the war powers at the time. It's more than just holding a musket.
We understand, but there was no semi-automatic weapon. So if you're taking the original interpretation, semi-automatic weapons, under your view, are not protected under the Constitution.
No, it would still be any arms, anything.
So
that the military
including nuclear weapons.
Yeah. including nuclear weapons,
including
yeah.
miniguns and RPGs.
Well, again, yeah, we've legislated those back. Yeah, we've specifically created laws against that. Yeah.
Okay, but like you think that those are unconstitutional?
No, I'm saying that if the judges were to decide that, oh yeah, we need to not allow people to have automatic weapons, yeah, if that was their interpretation of the Constitution and they made that the law of the land through judicial powers, then yeah, that would be wrong. But we've done it through, I think even Trump.
Semi-automatic weapons are protected under judicial review.
Semi-automatic weapons are, yeah, of course.
Yeah, like like pistols, like they're protected under judicial review.
If the ban for,
but they're not. But you're not understanding. They're not protected under originalist interpretation because they didn't exist. And if you're saying that it's applicable to any arm that would possibly exist in the future, well, then you're saying it's applicable to miniguns. You're saying it's applicable to RPGs. You're saying it's applicable to every single type of missile, nuke, etc.
Yes.
So you think Elon Musk should be able to go buy a nuke, right?
No, I'm saying the originalist interpretation of arms is that, yes, and then
I don't know. I don't know, man.
We've legislated restrictions to this.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that you're wrong here, and we could see, right, like this lack of originalism, quote unquote, in other parts of the Constitution, right? Like when it talks about how there are forbidden punishments, right, like cruel and unusual punishments. Well, instead of defining exactly what cruel and unusual punishments were at the time, right, like drawing and quartering, so on and so forth, they rather chose to opt for like the generalized, abstract, and vague principle of just quote unquote cruel, right? And maybe the reason why they did this is because they understood, right, that what a cruel punishment is would inevitably evolve as society civilized and progressed. And they wanted, the country to continually be able to redefine what a cruel punishment is the more that we enlightened ourselves and progressed. You know what I mean? And this is really antithetical to the notion that you're setting forth.
Cruel at the time. I don't think the standards would be, the standards would change to something that wasn't reflecting cruel punishments back then.
I think it already has, right? Like back in the day, it wasn't cruel to own a human as property for life.
Okay, well, we ratified that. We make an amendment specifically for that.
But what I'm saying here is I think the reason why they use the word cruel in the Constitution is so then the understanding of what cruelty is and the interpretation of the text on paper could evolve as society progressed.
I mean,
right?
Again,
do you really think it's like a good idea to like force like modern judges to like look at like 1791's definition of what cruel actually means, right? Like, do you think that we should operate off of 1791's definition of cruel punishments?
Yeah, within the framework that we've already ratified.
Really?
The
So we should operate off of a standard of 18th century cruelty to determine what is a cruel punishment for a crime.
Yes, and anything today that would resemble that, obviously, yeah, that would be. And we have also legislated, and through executive branches, we have done things like shut down Guantanamo Bay. Like we've engaged in things, and then we've legislated them away, which is how we're supposed to do it. We're supposed to create laws. We're not supposed to have the judges.
Do you think the Constitution is fundamental to this nation?
It's foundational, of course.
Okay. If your candidate called for the termination of the Constitution, would you stop supporting him?
Would I stop supporting him if he called for the termination of the Constitution?
Yeah.
Are you gonna read me a quote that contextually could be interpreted as him, saying that when it could also be interpreted?
No, I'm not going to read you. I'm just asking if this was true. If this was true, like if Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you stop supporting him?
Yeah, if he wanted to get rid of the Constitution, if he wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah, if he explicitly called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, like those exact words.
No. If he says that in a tweet or whatever, I don't care. If he pursues it, then I do care.
Oh my goodness. Can I ask one more question about the whole originalism thing?
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll make this point.
Did women of color have like any legal protections in 1791?
Probably not.
Right, so like legally, like, you know, you could like rape a woman of color and nothing's going to be done about it. So if that was like legally permissed, yet the Constitution says that cruel and unusual punishments are not legally permissed, right? Would you argue that in accordance with that standard of raping black women not being cruel or unusual, that legally speaking, it should be legal in accordance with originalism today for black women to be raped for crimes that they commit?
No, I would create laws through other mechanisms to make that illegal.
I know, but I'm saying as it stands, without those laws through other mechanisms, right?
Yeah.
Just looking at the Constitution, prohibiting cruel and unusual punishment. Do you think, as it stands, the Constitution would allow for rape for black women to be raped for crimes that they commit?
I don't think in conjunction with like the 14th Amendment and everything. I don't think that would be the position of originalist.
So
as
so I mean, that could
an
be
unratified like a constitution without the amendments. I don't know. Maybe I guess. Yeah.
So
was that happening in 1791? Maybe.
So we'll actually just go off of like a different standard then, because you're arguing that maybe the 14th Amendment would prohibit that. Well, we actually just went over the originalist interpretation of the 14th Amendment, separate but equal. It's illegal to segregate black people from society. So do you think that in accordance with the Constitution as you perceive it under your originalist perspective, that illegal punishment for specifically black people that commit crimes would be to segregate them from society?
Well, we do segregate people from society in jail.
No, we're saying specifically black people, right? Maybe their crime bears no time in jail. So instead the punishment is to send them to a black-only town through segregation, right? Like, would you argue that that's constitutionally allowed? You know, would you just argue that segregation is constitutionally allowed?
I mean, I'm not a obviously I'm not a judge. I'm not interpreting the Constitution, but I don't know what they would rule on from an original. I would imagine they would. I would imagine they would from a original rule against that probably. But I don't personally have like the.
So you're saying that the
legal
originalist perspective,
personally for why they would do
exactly.
that.
So that's like the first issue with like originalism as you're reporting it. You don't know if segregation is constitutional or not. Now, your other response to my question about, well, would it be cruel and unusual for a black woman to be raped for a crime that she commits? Well, you said maybe that's not constitutional because of the 14th. So if the 14th Amendment didn't exist, okay, would you argue that the Constitution would allow for black women to be raped for a crime that they commit?
Absent the 14th Amendment, I mean, maybe. I don't know what they were doing back then.
Right.
I'm glad the 14th Amendment is here. Yeah.
Do you think that's how the Constitution should have been interpreted at that time?
Wouldn't it be cruel or unusual to rape black women and black women only for the crimes that they commit? Right. In accordance with his perspective of the Constitution today, segregation should have lasted for another 25 years. In accordance with the Constitution today.
You just made an odd claim. I'm not making an odd claim there. I'm saying that.
So that's actually not.
I'm saying that I'm very happy that we have
that's not
laws through
that's
other
not
mechanisms that prevent this.
That's not a normative should, and it's a descriptive should.
Okay. But I'm saying that there are other mechanisms that have prevented this, and I'm glad those other mechanisms were put in place. Like what?
Well, like the other mechanism. Well, then you're glad that we're not originalists because the mechanism that prevented segregation was a status.
No, I'm glad that we make laws and we make ratifications to the Constitution.
Okay, then the last point that I'll make before I pass it back off to Parker, right?
States have laws too that are all different from each other's states.
All right, so you're basically saying, right, that Brown v. Board was bad. Wait, actually, would you say that Brown v. Board was a bad decision because it reinterpreted the 14th?
I'm not sure. I don't know the specifics of the case.
Wait, I mean, I went over them with you earlier, like Plessy v. Ferguson and like 1896, which was the originalist interpretation of the 14th, according to the framers that were still alive because it was only 30 years later, saying that black people are separate but equal, which is what then led to the constitutional foundation for racial segregation. And then ultimately what dismissed this constitutional foundation for racial segregation wasn't like a new amendment or anything. It was the reinterpretation of the 14th through Brown v. Board. So ultimately, would you say that if everything I just said was true, that Brown v. Board was a bad decision because it was not an originalist decision?
Yeah, it might have been an overstep by the Supreme Court.
Is it bad?
Is it bad for them to overstep? yes.
So,
Is it,
so,
is
so,
it,
so
is
just,
the
I just
outcome,
want to
is the
clarify.
outcome,
All things
there's a
considered,
difference between agreeing with the outcome.
I just want to know, all things considered, was Brown v. Board bad, or was Brown v. Board not bad? All things considered.
I think the outcome was good, but the mechanism upon which they achieved that outcome was bad.
Okay. So all things considered, we're considering the outcome, and we're considering the mechanism used to achieve that outcome. Was
we don't have to go all the way back there. We can just you can go all the way. You can go back to Roe v. Wade, right?
No.
Was that bad?
I want to
Yes.
stick on.
Right.
I want to stick on Brown v. Board. Okay,
Well, why
so
don't
you
you want
just
to do
said
Roe
that
v.
Roe v.
Wade?
Wade was bad because it wasn't like originalist perspective. So therefore, Brown v. Board was bad because it was not an originalist perspective, right?
Well, that aspect of it was, in both cases, it was bad.
See, I'm not asking you that aspect. I'm asking you all things considered. Considering the outcome and the mechanisms used to achieve that outcome, was it bad?
Yes.
Right. I rest my
But
case.
the outcome was good.
I rest my case.
That's insane, bro.
I would have rather had the good way would be to make laws for that. So yeah. Same with Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, that's insane, bro. You take that to such a crazy extent, bro. Such a crazy extent.
Why is it all I want to do is the same thing you guys don't want the president to overstep his presidential authority. I also don't want that. And I also don't want the Supreme Court to do that. But it seems like you guys want the Supreme Court to do that when they are ruling in things that you want.
Listen, if we don't think, that originalism was intended by the framers, then we don't think that SCOTUS is overstepping their abilities. You're superimposing your view on us that we don't find to be the case. I agree that we do not want SCOTUS to overstep their abilities, but we do not think that SCOTUS is overstepping their abilities by reinterpreting the principles set forth in the Constitution to protect minorities, marginalized communities, and the minority in this country today, because we believe that that was the intention of the framers in the first place. Okay, right? So stop superimposing your view on us.
Okay, well, I don't believe that was the intention of the framers in the first place.
Then you're just historically illiterate, right? Like, come on. Like, you don't know that the purpose of the Constitution in the first place was to protect from the tyranny of the majority, right? You don't know that, right? That was the reason for the Constitution.
If that was the case, if that was their reason, then like you said, slavery would already not have existed.
It's not an if question. That's a fact. The reason why the Constitution exists is so through the tyranny of the majority, right? Duly elected representatives in Congress and in the Oval Office can't pass legislation with 51% approval to for instance, once again, subjugate half of this country to rape and torture, right? It's because although the majority of the people in this country agree that they want to subjugate the minority to rape and torture, still yet the Constitution as a document exists to prevent that. Right, so the Constitution as a document exists to prevent the tyranny of a majority. And this is also paradoxical because from your perspective of originalism, if we want to prevent the tyranny of the majority that exists in modern day in accordance with the originalist perspective of the amendments or the articles of the Constitution, well, then we need the support of the supermajority for ratification through the approval of 75% of states, right? So that's another paradox with originalism. I'm sorry, I'll shut up about originalism now. I'm taking over Parker's Live. I just find there to be super big issues with it. Contradictory to the reasons why the Constitution was drafted and enforced in the very first place.
Okay, I mean, we disagree. We disagree on that point. I don't think that your framing of the reasons for it are completely accurate. I think it had more to do with state rights versus federal government than what you're just talking about, like social issues of supermajorities. I don't think that you're framing this correctly. I want originalist judges so that they're not overstepping their authority.
Oh my goodness!
Like they did with
the Constitution. Literally takes power away from states. Oh my God! You don't know that? The Constitution takes power away from states because the Constitution exists. Federal policy always overrules state policy. If the Constitution didn't exist,
the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Right, we wouldn't have any clear delineating legal protections for federal policy to overrule state policy. And on top of that, the Constitution limits states' rights in of itself by acting as a framework for what legislation the state has the ability to pass in the first place. So you're really wrong in arguing that the Constitution was set forth to protect states' rights.
I'm not saying it was specifically to protect states' rights. I'm saying that it's not intended to overstep states' rights. That, like, you have constitutional authorities, and the supermajority, like, to ratify it is put in place so that we do protect states' rights, so we don't make these massive ratifications to it in contrast to the desires of the states, obviously.
Okay, so let me sort of bring this back to kind of where we originally started. We originally started with you support Trump because you want conservative judges in place in the Supreme
I
Court.
want originalist judges. I don't care what their political stance is.
Is that the only view?
I mean, it's a pretty important one, as we're seeing. It has a pretty significant impact on our country when we do this.
Can you name? So you're saying you want, like, for example, the overturning of Roe versus Wade?
Yes.
Okay. You think that was good?
Yeah.
Do you think abortion should be illegal?
To a certain, I mean, you know, my personal stance on abortion is that elective abortions have been, you know, definitely going too far.
Would you investigate people's miscarriages?
Would I investigate people's miscarriages?
Yeah, to see if they, like, killed it.
Personally, like, I don't understand. What are you asking?
Do you think the law, under your ideal worldview, would investigate people's miscarriages to see if they killed them?
I mean, I think this law already does investigate, like, certain conditions of childbirth, like, you know, fetal alcohol syndrome, and, you know,
I don't want to have
use.
to re-ask the question. Like, I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you a politician, sir?
Nope.
Then directly answer the fucking question.
Investigate conditions. I mean, I guess, yeah, there would be some kind of mechanism similar to the investigation mechanisms involved in, like, fetal alcohol syndrome and stuff. I'd imagine, yeah, that'd be the case.
So there needs to be an investigation, right, into every single miscarriage that happens. So, for example, my mom had a miscarriage. You think she should have been investigated?
Did she have it at 29 weeks?
Does it matter? I'm asking. She had a miscarriage. Do you think that she should have been investigated?
If it happened at 29 weeks, maybe.
Can you answer my question? Like, at any point during
I
the
don't know
pregnancy?
I don't know the conditions of your mom's miscarriage, and it's kind of a weird question.
Why do you think that they should be investigated at 29 weeks, but not 19 weeks, for instance?
Because, you know, miscarriage rates are significantly lower. There's a lot of it's more implied.
Is that even true? At 19 comparative to 20?
I would say
29?
like 20. I'd say 29 versus 19. I think probably, yeah, the miscarriage rates would be significantly lower.
This is also all arbitrary, because you're basically saying if a miscarriage is unlikely, then it should be investigated.
Well, it's already all arbitrary, because they said it,
technically
like,
saying
you can have a
all
miscarriage.
miscarriages are unlikely.
I mean, it's already all arbitrary, because, like, certain states, or, you know, they allow, you know, abortions up to 20 weeks or up to 15 weeks. Like, it's all already arbitrary. I'm saying that my personal stance on it is that, yeah, I mean, that arbitrary number is much too late, and it has been for a long time, you know, and protected by Roe v. Wade. Yeah.
So for the rate of miscarriage, it's unlikely after what, 20 weeks or so, or 14 weeks. It's below 1%. So would you say at 14 weeks that you wouldn't be okay with investigating it, but you would be okay with investigating it, or I mean, you wouldn't be okay with investigating it at 14 weeks?
Yeah, maybe pre 14 weeks it would be like inappropriate to investigate a miscarriage. Yeah, maybe something like that.
And then after 14 weeks, you'd think it's okay to investigate. So any person who has a miscarriage at 14, 15 weeks, they should be investigated to see if they purposefully killed it?
I mean, yeah, maybe that would be the case. Yeah, I don't know, through whatever mechanism.
Maybe it's a yes or a no.
Yeah, but like you said, the percentage would be so low. I mean, if every person in that case would be, I mean, based on percentages of miscarriages, every person would be
Couldn't people just get abortions near the beginning of the pregnancies like purposely themselves, and then you can't tell the difference whether or not they had a miscarriage because you're not investigating?
Yeah.
So then aren't you just going to
I'm
cause
sure,
more
I'm
unsafe
sure they
abortions
could.
to occur rather than like actually prevent abortions from happening?
Yeah, I mean, in the case of abortions, I think I'd probably lean towards investigating the doctors practicing the abortion rather than like the
But how would you
mothers.
know if they do it through the black market?
Oh, well, okay. I mean, yeah, just like how would you know that anyone's buying drugs if they're going to do it through the black market? I don't know. I mean, there's mechanisms through finding people selling drugs
Yeah,
on the
but
black
like
market.
I think that there's a little bit different of a standard, specifically when you're going after DRUGS versus people's pregnancies, because you would have to investigate a miscarriage in order to be able to identify that. Outside of that, you can investigate whether or not people are going to be buying and selling those substances. Like, come on, you're being a bit ridiculous.
Okay, then yeah. I mean, again, I would focus on like the practice. Like if you are informed, if you get information that a certain doctor is engaged in black market miscarriages, then you might do certain things. Conduct an FBI
You're just going to
investigation.
investigate those, but would you then hold all the people accountable that got access to abortions through that person?
I don't think that would be as productive as holding the doctors accountable. I think probably doing that would be more effective than specifically
But do you
investigating
think
every.
rather than not you think it's productive, do you think it should happen?
I think abortion across the board shouldn't happen, but I'm also not trying to force my opinion on it. I'm trying to limit.
You're not trying to
my-
force your opinion. You said you support Trump because he overturned Roe versus Wade and because of their originalist interpretation of the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm not
That
like
inevitably
out in the
leads
streets.
to people having restricted access to abortion in this country.
Well, yeah, if you're in a state that banned it, but I mean,
Yeah,
again,
you understand that's not good, right?
I'm in favor of potentially implementing federal legislation for abortion. When I'm not against federal legislation on this.
Okay, and the federal legislation was Roe versus Wade.
No, that was a Supreme Court overstepping their authority by interpreting
You think
the
any
Constitution.
judicial review is okay? So I don't see how we can have this conversation beyond just talking about the Constitution repeatedly.
I'm just saying I'm in
Maybe
favor.
maybe let's try to have it this way. Is there anything Trump individually could do as a person to get you to stop supporting him, or like through policy?
Yeah, he could do a lot of things. Sure.
Name any specifics.
He could be ordered something by the Supreme Court, and then he could utilize militia military power to do it anyway. If he did that, then I'd be like, oh well, shit, we got to
So if
get
he
this guy out
violated
here.
his Supreme Court order.
If he used force to like blatantly violate an order by the Supreme Court, yeah.
Okay. He has blatantly violated Supreme Court orders, right?
Nope. He hasn't been found guilty of doing that one time yet.
Found guilty by who?
Anyone who would conduct that judicial review.
So you would accept the judicial review? You would accept the judicial review?
I mean, there should at least be one, right?
Okay, well, like the basis you're saying there's no basis for any. How about this? Do you think he's violated the law at all?
Has he violated the law? I mean, he was found guilty of
while president.
34 felonies, right? So he has violated the law.
So while president.
While president, has he violated the law? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a law out there, on the books, and he's violated it. Who knows?
Is that upholding the Constitution?
Is what upheld in the Constitution?
Is it upholding the Constitution to not follow the law? From a presidential standpoint?
No, obviously.
Like if you're instructed to violate or to follow the law, you're supposed to follow.
But I mean,
the
like
law,
there
right?
might be a law against jaywalking, and maybe
So, like, how about this? If he's how about this?
So,
So you said if he was instructed by so the Supreme Court to do something, he doesn't do it. What about if he was instructed by Congress to do something and he doesn't do it?
if he's instructed by Congress to do it?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like release the Epstein files.
Are those not being released?
Nope.
I think they're actively being released right now.
Nope. They said they're done releasing them. There's like 3 million files they haven't released.
Who said they were done releasing them?
Todd Blanche.
When did you say that?
Literally like this month.
Okay. Does that mean they released all of them?
Nope.
Who said that they were?
They haven't released all of them. They haven't released like 3 million files.
Okay. How do you know there's 3 million more files?
Because that's what they originally indicated.
And they're not going to release them ever?
Nope.
I mean, I don't know where you're getting that information, but
Todd Blanche.
Todd Blanche said it. Okay. I mean, if Todd Blanche says it, then Trump did it, I guess.
Okay. So then, given that he violated a order
I was being
from
sarcastic
the
there. I don't
legislative
think that has
branch,
anything to do with Trump.
given that he violated an order from the legislative branch, would you then say that would be a reason to stop supporting him?
No, whatever Todd Blanche says, I'm not sure what he's saying. I'm not sure what where the process is in litigating that. But I would not. I don't think that's Trump specifically violating a congressional order.
That is objectively him violating a law that Congress passed that set out for his administration to do. He's not upholding the law when he was legally obligated to release all the files, and they're not doing so. They're actively undermining that.
Well, again, last I heard, they were still releasing more. So I don't. I mean, you could have different information. I don't know where you're getting this information.
I just told you where I'm getting that information. Why are you so dishonest? What is up with my guests recently, dude? You're just lying. You were literally just lying. I just told you. Todd Blanche himself said this. That's where I got the information from. You're like, oh, you don't know where you're getting this information from.
Again, I mean, I'd have to go look it up. I mean, I could ask, let's say, did
well, I don't
Todd
know
Blanche,
where you're getting this information from.
I mean, I could just ask, just ask the AI bots to go comb the internet for, validating information on whether or not the Epstein files are currently being released or whatnot.
I just told you who said this. Todd Blanche, my guy. Sources Todd fucking Blanche.
And someone else is not going to release them despite Todd Blanche saying that?
Todd Blanche is not going to release the files, and he's the fucking person that Trump put in that position after firing Pam Bondi.
Okay, so is somebody else going to do it despite Todd Blanche not doing it?
No. Todd
sure?
Blanche is the person to do it. He's the acting attorney general.
Do you know who Todd Blanche is?
Yeah, the replacement for Pam Bondi.
Because I just told them.
But do you know what his role is?
Huh?
Do you know what his role is?
That was the AG, right?
Did you know that he was the AG before Parker just said so 10 seconds ago?
Nope.
Okay, thank you for being
I
honest.
knew Pam Bondi was.
Can you tell us what AG stands for?
Attorney, gangster. I was just trying to think of another word than general because it's a stupid question that you asked me.
Well, I had to make sure. What do you mean it's a stupid question? You didn't know who the attorney general was.
I don't know people's names. I have ADHD. Whatever.
What?
I don't remember people's names. It's
that's fine, bro. That's fine. But like I told you where the information came from. You could have said that you don't know who that is, but you didn't decide to express that information, right?
Well, that's why I was asking if someone else can release it under him. If that means that it's going to stop being released.
Yes, it does mean it's not going to be released. So, given that you know this now, would you say that you don't support Trump?
Well, again, I would have to see the reason for those ones not being released because I know that a lot of
the reason is to protect P3DOs and the Epstein files. That's the fucking reason.
I know there's a lot of them that are being held up by court litigation right now, like that like the courts are not allowing them to be released because protecting the persons within it, et cetera, et cetera. So
that's not what this is for. They are literally legally obligated to release it, and he's not releasing it. The courts are not preventing them from being released. You're lying.
No, courts are actively preventing files. They've been doing it since the beginning.
What court is preventing those files from being released right now?
I'd have to look it up.
Are you talking about the court that prevented the release of some of the grand jury testimony for Epstein?
Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about some of the courts that argued they had precedent to refuse the release of the Epstein files, which is literally the reason for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So, yeah, after the Epstein Files Transparency Act, there was no legal precedent that any court in America has to prevent the release of the Epstein files, since now federal law obligates the DOJ to release all Epstein files.
You think that no court in this country has any legal precedent to do that?
No.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, but I think that they're still being litigated. That whether or not they do have legal precedent is being litigated right now, right?
No.
You're saying that there's no litigation happening right now in any court anywhere about this?
Yes.
Okay, well, again, that's contrary to information that I've seen. So, no, I don't have a specific name, but I'm just saying that I've seen information that's contrary to what you just said. So
The information you've seen is outdated.
What?
I know the
Maybe
information
it is.
you're
Maybe it
referring
is.
to.
Maybe
It's just outdated because
Maybe
it
it
was
is.
before the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The Epstein Files Transparency Act was the federal government's reaction to this being held up in courts to then prevent it.
No, I'm saying
from being held
I've
up in
seen
court.
information on litigation occurring after the Transparency Act.
Show me it.
Okay, I'd have to go and find it, but I'm
Okay, that's
access to
fine.
it right now.
That's what's the issue there? I don't see an issue.
I'm saying I don't have access to it right now.
Yeah, you do. Your phone has Google.
Yeah, but it kicks me when I switch tabs. It kicks me
No,
out.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We just won't be able to hear you while you go look for it, and I can thank some people in the meantime while you do so. Alrighty. Ari, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is true. That is true. That actually makes sense. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Ari. His premise is wrong from the start. You're totally right with that. Jose, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. First magazine fed rifle came out in 1860. Yep, well after the Constitution's ratification.
Yeah,
What's up?
I'm gonna go ahead and go start my own live.
sure.
Feel free to come over if you want. I
Alright,
don't know
for
what you're
sure.
planning, but if you want to hang out, if you want to co-host, you're more than welcome. Love to have you up. I
Sounds
appreciate you
good,
for letting me up. And peace out.
Of course, bro. I'll see you. Have a good stream.
Thanks, man.
Ari as well. Thank you so much for the $5. Again, thank you. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Ari in the comment section. Thank you again. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stefan, thank you so much for the $33. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Stefan in the comment section right now for the $33. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Keonan, thank you so much for the $20, $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, thank you. It's absolutely crazy. Osana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is fucking crazy to say that you should have been investigated. Absolutely nuts. And I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that. Thank you again, Stefan. Thank you so much for the $33. They said one of the most used argument was I don't know. Kind of same vibe from MAGA cultist. Greetings from Germany. Well, thank you so much, Stefan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, that person just left. So now we're just sitting here waiting for a next person. You know what, people? I'll do Q&A, answer questions for the next few minutes, and then we'll get off and send everyone over to Dean's Live for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate all the debates and whatnot today. We got nearly around 4 hours right now. So I'll just answer questions, hang out with the chat for a little bit longer, and then we'll send everyone over to Dean's Live. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Today was a lot better than yesterday. A lot better than yesterday. I feel a lot better than I did yesterday. Yesterday sucked. It was really, really bad. It was really, really bad. But yeah, I'll answer any questions. If you have any questions over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, you can ask them right now. I'll make sure to catch up right now. Amy, thank you so much for the $13. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I was having a rough day as well. And I'm sorry to hear that you had technical difficulties. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Joseph, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Totally true. They're definitely not unlimited. And then Leonie, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. You can ask me right now. We're going to be answering questions, chilling with the chat until Dean hops on and does his debates. It will take a little bit for him to get a debate and whatnot, so we're going to probably just answer questions, hang out with people for the next probably 10, 15 minutes or so. So we got a little bit left. Do you like pancakes? Of course I like pancakes. Waffles are better than pancakes, though. That's very true. That's very, very true. But I'll try to get to as many questions as people have. You can ask me in TikTok chat or on YouTube. Law of the Wild. It was just the last person talking about the Constitution. They were like an originalist. They left though, so don't worry, don't worry. I laughed at so hard at Beta Brad earlier that I scared my cats. That's so funny. Beta Brad got dog walked repeatedly, and he literally ran away. It was really funny. What movie are you most excited for this year? I don't have like a specific one off the top of my head, to be honest with you. Jai Shah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for love the stream today, as always. My question is, do you have a favorite Marvel movie? Thanks. Ooh, that's a difficult one. Probably one of the original Spider-Man movies, if I had to pick one of them. Probably one of the original Spider-Man ones, if I had to pick a Marvel movie. Infinity War is pretty good, though. Jack, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. You should play a stream. You should stream and play Rust on Twitch if you haven't. It takes a while, but it's the best game ever. Love you, Parker. I've heard about that, but I never played it myself, so maybe I'll have to try that sometime. Endgame is really good. That's what I meant to say. I meant to say that over Infinity War. I don't know why I said Infinity War. I meant to say Endgame. Marvel's so overrated. I actually prefer DC. You play Marvel Rivals? I never really got into it. I felt like the game's pretty slow, actually. Like when I tried to play it. Who are you voting for California governor? I'm voting for Tom Steyer. And then whoever the nominee is, because it'll probably either be, what I'm hoping actually is it's Steyer versus Becerra, but I'm assuming it will probably be either Steyer versus Hilton or Becerra versus Hilton. But yeah, Steyer is preferable to Becerra. He's more progressive on a lot of the issues. But I mean, I still have concerns about Steyer. I originally preferred Katie Porter, but she didn't pick up in terms of support. Anthony, thank you for the $10 for do you like Long Beach? I miss it, and could you live there? I don't know if I would end up living there, but I do like Long Beach. Long Beach is pretty cool. I have a lot of moderates in my viewership. Honestly, bro, like a lot of moderates. Like Tom Steyer is the obviously more progressive candidate in terms of like the actual policies, but like I understand not trusting billionaires. I get it. I don't have full trust for billionaires either. It's definitely a risk to support Tom Steyer, and it's more of a safe decision to support Becerra, but I mean, I think that there's really not much of a change with Becerra comparative to what we have right now. It's essentially going to be the same. Also, I have a question: are people cool with like? I guess my question is to the Becerra supporters: would you vote for Tom Steyer over Steve Hilton if Tom Steyer wins and gets the candidacy? Yeah. So then, even though he's a billionaire, you would still vote for them, even though they aren't a billionaire, Steve Hilton, because he represents your values more. So I guess if we answer that question and we answer it that way, how could we not say Steyer over Becerra? Is my question. If we think we're progressive, so it's not like, I guess that's my kind of my position. But if we don't trust any billionaires at all, we're saying that ideology is what determines your vote in that context. So then isn't ideology going to determine your vote between Steyer and Becerra? And that's at least how I look at it. But I'm definitely going to push really hard for Becerra over Hilton. If it's Becerra versus Hilton, I'm going to be on here telling people every day to be voting for Becerra. I don't think Becerra is necessarily like a horrible candidate or anything. I mean, some progressives I think might go a little bit too far against Becerra, but I would definitely argue like he's a solid choice. Just I think that progressive policy is something I want to push for more, and I think is important. But I think he's a solid choice. Like he has a really long history of working and taking things to through the court system to the Supreme Court. He has a long history of fighting on the right side of history. So like I don't think he's like a horrible. I think progressives go too far against him. Like yeah, like right now I think it's definitely a legitimate criticism to say like, oh, money is going towards Becerra's campaign from the companies. That's who they're propping up in terms of the campaign. For like, oh, obviously you could make a claim that like, you know, if that's what the corporations are doing, that's what they think is going to be most profitable. That's probably who's going to, or then indicate that Steyer is going to try to go against these people's interests. There's at least a basis for that. But I don't think that then means that like Becerra is 100% beholden to all of these companies within every respect. Like I feel like that's a dishonest takeaway. Just because like these big corporations could prefer candidacy doesn't mean that like Becerra would then be beholden to all of them. So I think that's a misanalysis. But I do think that it like that argument of itself is a decent one for establishing at least like, okay, well, we see where the companies are putting their money. We see who they think that they're going to make the most money with, or who they think is going to help them the most, or harm reduction against them. Peter, think of the $10. What do you think Spencer Pratt's chances of winning? They're really low for winning. But we just want to get him out of the primaries, because right now we want the primaries for the mayor race to be Nithya and Karen Bass instead of being Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt. Because then we'll just 100% end up with Karen Bass, and there won't be a conversation about like, oh, should we pick Nithya or should we pick Karen Bass? And like I think that conversation is actually an important one to have, because inevitably it could even move Karen Bass if she ends up being the candidate anyway. But if it's specifically Spencer Pratt versus Karen Bass, well then there's no argument there. There's no conversation there, because it's just obviously Spencer Pratt's worse. like that's just obvious. So those are my positions. So everyone needs to vote for Nithya. 100%. Vote for Nithya right now, at least. Even if you agree with Karen Bass more right now, vote for Nithya right now, because it's just going to take the top two. And you prefer Nithya versus Karen Bass versus it being Karen Bass versus Spencer Pratt. Just because out of the fact that you prefer those candidates and you wouldn't want Spencer to have any shot at winning. Justina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for what part of your journey would you never want to repeat and why? On social media? Oof. I don't know if there's like any part of it. Maybe if I were to like, the beginning is a little bit difficult to get your foot into everything. But there's also amazing things about it that I miss, like that are really great about like the original communities that existed. But I mean, I would probably say that like originally starting, I feel like it's really hard. It really is. Wendy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I don't live in California, but my vote is for pieces based. That's what I gotta say based. W Parksism. Leonie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for what you consider to do a stream with MAGA supporters from around the world, even if they wouldn't have a vote directly. I've thought about it, but like I don't really see a benefit, because like the point that I would make is that like it's relevant to change people's minds here in this country, because then they can vote for future elections. Like if I'm talking to people from other countries that just like kind of support Trump, like that doesn't impact anything as much. I guess like I could change people's minds who are listening, but I can do that either way is kind of my point. If you have any questions, again, everyone, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. I'll try to get to as many people as I can right now. Also, everyone, if you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone, before you leave the stream. It really, really, really helps push it out to more people as usual. We're on like 1,500 likes right now. If you could try to get to 2,000, I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. Is he getting on live? He should be on live. He might have not hopped on YouTube yet, because I'm still here on live, and he might be like, oh, I'm just going to wait until Dean hops off. Dean does that sometimes. So I might just need to hop off and do that. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me real quick. I'll answer for the next few minutes, and then I'll get off. And then I got to post my videos, and I'll probably join Dean. Do you ever see yourself in a political position? I actually do not. I do not. He's already on and debating. Has he hopped on YouTube yet? I don't see him on YouTube yet. Yeah, he hasn't hopped on YouTube yet. He's hopped on TikTok and started debating, but he didn't start streaming on YouTube yet. He's funny for that one. Christina, thank you for the dollar. I keep meaning to tell you that whenever you wear Snoopy shirts, it reminds me of my best friend Jeff, who passed last June. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss. They said he played Snoopy in his theater days and was sort of an inside joke with his friends. Your shirts make me happy and sad. Oh, I'm so sorry that it makes you sad. I'm so sorry. Snoopy is a huge thing for me. My mom has like always got me like Snoopy stuff, and I always watched Snoopy as a kid. And I'm actually thinking about getting a tattoo of Snoopy right here. My girlfriend has a tattoo right here, and I'm thinking of getting one in a similar style there, but of Snoopy. Like right here on my arm. I think that's my next move for getting a tattoo. Is going to be in the same spot right there. I think that would be pretty cool. No tattoos? Well, the tattoo is really cute, okay? Super cute. So. And this will be the first tattoo that I've picked out for myself, so that'll be great. I actually really like it, so. I'm not going to ask Jubilee for my unsurrounded debate. I would feel weird doing that. Anyways, like, if they wanted me to do that at this point, they probably would have asked me, to be honest with you. Do you like Tallarico? Absolutely. Tallarico is great. Thoughts on cats? Cats are pretty cute. They're pretty cute. Alrighty. If any last questions, you can ask me right now. Otherwise, I'm going to get off right now. You can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, or in the TikTok and YouTube chat. I'm trying to get to as many as I can before I get off. Chloe, thank you for the 50 cents. It is you can find it if you're on YouTube. You can find it in the pinned comment on my YouTube. You can click on that. It will take you to my link tree. It's for my link tree. It's actually not just like places to support me. It's also like all my socials. And then there's also at the very bottom a sources link. Click on that sources. There's actually a bunch of great information. Matt set that up. Obviously, all y'all know is Matt. Matt's a librarian. I like literally paid him money to like extend that and set it up. And we're still working on it. But it's really extensive and thorough, and it's really great. Justina, thank you for the $5. It's peace. It says peace. Parker, can we see the Pokeball? Yes, it's right here. It is a great ball, actually. It lights up, but it's the light's not working right now. You can kind of see it kind of turning on, but I need to charge it. I haven't charged it at all. My friends got that back for me for my birthday. It was a really funny one. I need to get more stuff like that for behind me. I think it would be really cool. Maybe I should go to Iowa and try to find my old like action figures, my Pokemon action figures. I'd like really big ones I could put behind me. That would be pretty interesting. Or I should try to find something for behind me. But all right, everyone, I'm gonna get off right now. Thank you everyone for coming through. I love y'all so much. Thank you everyone coming through. Leah, thank you for the $2. I actually don't know much about it. Assuming vote for the Democrat, of course. And then Yuri, thank you so much for the $5 for I have a tattoo of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Old cartoon tattoos are 100% peak in my book, Parker. Well, that's base. Alrighty, everyone, go over to Dean's Live. Parker, look up Dean Withers, spam Parker Raid, spam Love Parker. Also, I'll be, oh my gosh, excuse me. I'll be posting my YouTube videos right now if you want to go check them out. All right, I love y'all. Have a good night or good day, everyone.